Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are returning to Shadows over Loathing today. Let me get my... I forgot something here. Open up my overlay. We missed yesterday because I'm at a different location today, and I didn't get to transition over here until later last night, so I didn't have a good chance to get a stream in. But we're here now. The goal is to complete this game this week. I have a feeling we're getting close. What did we do last time? Oh yeah, we got a new companion here. We got a little dog. Oops. Did we just wake up? D'Artagnan, that's right. Hold on, let me check. Oh, well. I don't know if I can do this. Bear with me a moment. Do they have... no, never mind. Messing with the sound. Try that. Let's look at our to-do list. Get some sleep. Okay, so we have not gone to sleep yet. So let's do that. We had just uncursed something. Oh, the book. One of these. This one here. Increases max HP. Did we mess with this at all? We don't have enough XP for it right now. Okay, well let's what's her name? Jessica? Oh, I almost forgot. Before he left on his errand, Charles asked me to have you pick a third store. Of course. The first applicant is 10 Things I Hat About You. A hat store, I presume. Terrible name. The second is Bertram's Bakery. Bert's a buddy of mine from my restaurant days. He makes a good loaf. And the last applicant is a ye old chemiker, some SIT science lady who wants to sell potions. Hat store, bakery, potion store. Food, potions, and hats? Let's do a hat store. Okay, I'll get them to move in, and then I'm sure Charles will get the next storefront ready for applicants. Thanks, Jessica. Oh yes, here's our room. Any of these, I think we've looked at all these. Oh, Rufus's hot plate. That one's new. So we can craft special food. Our little tentacle buddy. We'll change our shoes in the morning. Let's get some sleep and see what we dream about. Yet another fitful dream. You always look back fondly on your afternoon at college. 3 statues of you, each whispering. The whispering drifts in and out and mixes together, making it hard to understand. All I got, all I'm doing, bronze study, bluffing. Shut one of them up. Which one? The smug-looking one, the one with hip shades, the scowling one. You quiet one of them, now you can hear the others. Got a pep talk. Can't look at our character sheet. Oh, the stream has a horrible hole in it. My research wasn't thorough enough. What did you do, you idiot? Oh, am I? Are we the guy that we shoved through the portal at the college? Something was keeping me out. Will the barrier hold without me? Yeah, this was the... Well, I would say magic circle, but it's more of a magic square that he had made around the book that had the portal coming out of it. Perhaps through this there is an ending. One can hope. Okay, I guess we're done. Back in our room. Now we're gonna need to go through our some of our abilities here. Mysticality and Moxie. That's what Pep Talk did. Combat skills, basic skills. We could eat some food and drink a potion. That one's not bad. Yeah, we got a bunch of these. Let's just chow down on something. We can replace that later if we need to. Got 7 more of those. Fragrance spores. Yeah, we could do the spores as well. And we'll have to pet a cat somewhere as well. Let's pick some new shoes. I always go back to these. You can grab a bunch of perks from these things. Ranged and... oh, those aren't very useful. We don't have one for Mysticality, it looks like. Plus 3 to Stench Armor, I guess, is fine. Tournigus, thank God you're finally awake. Am I? If you say so. What's eating you? I'm at my wit's end. Charles Wallace has gone missing. Really? Where'd he go? He wouldn't be missing if I knew that. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Okay, I'm panicking. Come on, Jessica, don't panic. I do know where he went before he was missing. What happened? We were having trouble getting the Detectotron to focus on the next artifact. All we could get was the Big Moist. The Big Moist? It's a swamp north of Porkham, and I'm pretty sure the entire swamp is not the cursed artifact in question. Charles went out there yesterday afternoon to see if a downed power line or something was causing interference. And he hasn't come back yet? No, he hasn't. Maybe I should go looking for him. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Come on, get a wiggle on, for crying out loud. Charles could have been eaten by a gator man by now. Got an item. Map of the Big Moist. And location, Big Moist bus stop. Excuse me, eaten by a what now? Gatorman? You know. I don't, which seems like a good thing. The Big Moist is home to a tribe of nasty and belligerent half-people, half-alligators. They don't take kindly to intruders, such as, for example, Charles Wallace. Or me, presumably. Are you chickening out on me now, when a friend's life is possibly at stake? Is this map on a slice of cheese? It's a sponge. Which deli have you been going to? A sponge is definitely not a map. You're going to a swamp. It's soft, damp, and it has holes in it. What do you want from me? Alright, okay. I'm on my way. How you doing, D'Artagnan? Gurf, rurf, rurf. D'Artagnan leaps out of shadow, grabs something, and starts shaking it furiously. Wow, what the heck? What have you got there, boy? Rurf. Holy jeez, is that a rat? Nope. Well, considering I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to feed you, it's good you can fend for yourself. No messages. Can get Calliope's boon. I think that was physical armor. Oh. Check in at the speakeasy. I don't know if we have anything to turn in here. Fancy Dan. What's shaking, Dan? I am, baby, I am. Here's your cut of the profits, baby. 190 meat. Found this tomato juice. This'll be great for the morning crowd. It's Barnaby. He turns his head towards you and smiles. Buy him a drink and await his prognostication. After a few moments and a few sips, he clears his throat and speaks. In joyful places, joyful hearts beat under the floorboards. Okay. The spittoon has been placed at a really challenging height. Is there anything new we can do here? Man, we talked about this before. Okay, no. Oops. Sup, boss? It's two of the frat guys you helped out earlier. The guy who's been looking for mesquite chips, and the guy who lost his jacket. Oh, heck yeah, bro. If you got problems beating the cold, queuing is the hobby for you. Wait, did I say hobby? I meant lifestyle. Standing next to a warm, comforting fire does sound pretty good. Right, bro? Plus, while you're standing there, you can be queuing up some burgers or weenies or whatevs. It's win-win. Gosh. You bask in the warm glow of their conversation. Nice. Ollie is dancing with surprising vigor. Hey, Molly, having fun? And how? This place is the Weasel's wristwatch. Don't take any wooden meat stacks. Gabby is dancing up a storm. Hey, Gabby, having a good time? Oh, yes. So many rugs I have cut up. Keep on dancing, Gabby. Anything else? Some medical supplies. These people are obviously on a 4th date and you shouldn't bother them. Oh, hobo code. The code says grapes under here. You quickly pry up the tile and sure enough there are grapes. Floor grapes. Aged and flattened. Take them to Fancy Dan. Hmm. I found some floor grapes. Floor grapes, eh? Well, when life gives you floor grapes, make floor wine, baby. Sounds like a plan. Oops, I just want to check the drinks. Ah. Okay. Before we go anywhere else, I want to check a couple things. Is there any hobo code down here? And there is a manhole cover. Oh man, I've forgotten. We got the ability to open all these now. There's probably a bunch of these in places we've been through already. You step through the hole in the wall and down a short tunnel and emerge in front of a whole crowd of yelling fishmen. This almost sends you into a panic until you realize they aren't yelling at you, they're yelling at two fishmen pummeling each other in a boxing ring. Looks like you've discovered a literally underground fighting league. Huh, okay. The first rule is glub glub glub. The second rule is also glub glub glub. This guy is focused completely on the fight. They all seem to be. Wow, they're really going at it. This guy almost looks human apart from the gill flaps and the big fishy lips. He's either commentating the boxing match or practicing to be a world-class gargler. Huh, we don't get many humans down here. You here to bet or fight? Ask about betting? How does betting work? It ain't complex. You place on a bet. You place a bet on a next round, and if the fighter you pick wins, I pay you. Since you're human, I assume you're betting meat. I can cover that with a reasonable amount. It's round by round, not the whole match. Now, we have no idea how long this fight's gonna go. Could be days. Ask about fighting. So can I join in on the fighting? Sure, kid. Sure you can. Only rule-ish. Bare knuckles only. No weapons. This is the title bout, and we can't interrupt it. Sharky and Tommy's been going 21 rounds already. So if you want to fight, you gotta jump in there and beat both of them for the title. What do I get if I win? He holds up a large tarnished brass championship belt, which is heavily encrusted with glistening fishman eggs. Huh. Fight no weapons allowed. Interesting. No weapons allowed. So what do we take that off and then how can we do it? Fight. No, I guess so. Okay, let me at him. Grrr. Okay, kid, your funeral. What's your name? Tarnagus Carter. Ladies and gurgler. A new challenger approaches. Facing Jack the Shark Sharky, and Tommy Lotran for the championship title. In round 21, it's Tarnagus Chumbucket Carter. Hey. Grrr. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it. Get in the ring. 30 HP. I have no support. I have are my spells. 10 damage. Slap. Raise elemental armors. Heal. 5 damage to both. 4 damage to one. 7 damage to one. Oh yeah, and the hot damage. Hot damage one also heals. 5 damage reduce Moxie. Let's knock down their Moxie. And get them both with one of these. And we can increase our max health. Whack. Ouch. Oh yes, we have regen as well. What are we doing on health here? 26. He's at 10. We can kill him. We got 1 AP. Let's do one of these. And take this guy out. Or healing as much as he's dealing. Blast him with some cheese and punch him in the face. Nice. You win. The announcer grudgingly gives you the championship belt. You scrape the eggs off it and stash it in your sack. 15 XP, Fishman Row, championship belt. Tommy and the shark pick themselves up and go back to pummeling each other, probably just for something to do. Hooray. Can we bet as well? Hey kid, gotta admit, I didn't think you had it in you. Girl. Can I fight some more? No, we only got the one belt. You can place a bet on Sharky or Tommy up there if you want. Bet. 25 meat. Hey, we got a high roller here. Who you betting on? Jack the Shark Sharky or Tommy Lochran? Lochran? Tommy. Alright, 25 on Tommy. It's your bet. Grrr. The bell rings and the fires, it's missing a T, approach each other. Round 23, let's go. Gurgle. The two fighters charge furiously at each other. Tommy and Sharky circle each other for a bit. Sharky surprises Tommy with a left hook. He looks dazed. Sharky catches Tommy off guard and nails him with a rising uppercut. Tommy topples like a felled tree. The bell rings. Tommy loses. We lose 25 meat. Oh well, can't win them all, chum. Hurgle girl. Give it another try. You'll make that back in no time. I will then. Let's bet on Tommy again. Round 24. Let's go. The two fighters leave their corners carefully, sizing each other up. Sharky punches Tommy straightforwardly in the face, and he tries to shake it off. Sharky punches Tommy straightly in the face. Sharky punches Tommy straightly in the face again. Oh, he felt that. Sharky powers through Tommy's defenses and catches him with a crushing haymaker. Tommy bounces off the ropes and falls to the mat. The bell rings. Tommy loses. Tommy's not even doing anything. Surely this time Tommy will win. Surely. They come out swinging. Sharky punches Tommy straightforwardly in the face. He growls unfazed. Sharky stuns Tommy with a series of quick jabs. Sharky smashes Tommy right in the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of him. Tommy bounces off the ropes and falls onto the mat. The bell rings. Tommy loses. Tommy. Alright, well, let's do it one more time. That'll make 100. Bet on Sharky this time. Since the two fighters charge furiously at each other. Tommy stuns Sharky with a series of quick jabs. He tries to shake it off. Tommy lands a hard uppercut right in Sharky's jaw. Oh, he felt that. The two of them are on guard, looking for an opening. Tommy powers through Sharky's defenses and catches him with a crushing haymaker. Sharky topples like a felled tree. The bell rings. Sharky loses. These matches are fixed. Whoever we bet on doesn't even do anything. No, we had plenty of meat. Oh, we can fish too. Oops, missed what that one was. Just a fish. Wriggly sewer eel. Stinky goby. Gobby. Now, we'll have to be on the lookout for those manhole covers. See if we had any more dates revealed to us that we can look up. Oops. No. Can we get in here yet? Key. We need 8 muscle. We're at 5. Pants, hat, and an accessory. Here we go. Unlock Phylax. It takes everything you've got, but finally the sturdy keyhole of Phylax falls to you in this contest of raw strength. The cast iron head gives you a nod, respect between gladiators. All 3 heads are now unlocked. Go inside. Put our stuff back on. What do we have? Oh, the belt is +5 to melee weapon attacks. What is it we had equipped? These? Yeah. 3 regen. Okay. Standing by the cash register, you fantasize about what it would be like to have a service job instead of whatever it is you do. Freelance uncursing. Oh, that's right. Open the cash register. The drawer is sealed shut and there's no obvious way to open it. There's nothing you can do with the cash register at all, in fact, other than bang on the numerical keys as a toddler might. We can force open the drawer. Hit some buttons. It's satisfying to smack the big keys, but no further effect is produced. Well, we only need to put on one thing to force it open. Metal drawers come loose with a firm pull from your powerful horse hands, but your doing so triggers the bank alarm. Whoops. Let's put our hat back on before anything happens. What is it, raining? You pop the cash register open, which technically counts as a bank heist. Meat lines the drawers in uniform piles. Gain 19 meat. No wonder the bank's collapsing if this is all they got in the till. The plaque has gone green with age. Today we celebrate our opening of Securberus Building and Loan at Plunkett Street, Ocean City. Integrity, security, excellence. A corporate value for each head of the dog. There's no visible means of opening this monstrous vault. Kick it. Ow. Can't believe that didn't work. That was it, huh? The stanchion stands stolidly still, staying stoically stationary. So that was it in there, huh? It's gotta be a way. Oh, wait, hold on. We can punch it. Ouch. Shoot it. Tie the vault to a car and drive down the street. It did not go as planned. Oop. What? This miraculous little lamp has burned for 20 years and counting, keeping a single solitary vigil to the dying of the bank. Turn it off. Good night. That's kind of sad. Open it. Who knows? Okay. Well, I guess we'll... Oops. There's now a car shoved into the side of that building. Let's take a peek at all of our stores again. Hi, my name is Turnigus. Pleased to meet you. I'm Albert. Why aren't you wearing a hat? Have you ever heard the phrase, familiarity breeds contempt? Gotcha. What's for sale? Driving cap regen extra AP per round. Stench armor, spooky armor, muscle and mysticality, physical armor and cold armor. +4 to ranged weapon attacks. Okay. All hats certified louse free. Well, that's good. Compliment what he's playing. Nice blowing. Nice blowing there, Tex. What, this old tune? Ah, shucks. Just a little infinite loop I've been working on. Still needs to put some words to it. Say, you any kind of wordsmith? Absolutely I am. Great, let me show you what I got so far. Oh, somebody stole my niece. I reckon it was... I can't think of a rhyme. Any ideas, wordsmith? Let me think. How about... It was the police. It was Clarice. No, Reese? Greece? Greece, the country, Greece. Some geese. Another niece. A niece in a two-piece. Some geese in a two-piece. Somebody stole my niece. I reckon it was... the police. Some geese in a two-piece. None of these really fit well. The police? Reckon it was the police. Yeah, sure. Let me jot that down. What's next? Oh, I can only write one couple a day. Elsewise I'll have a stroke. Can I see your stock? Oh, was there a... No, I thought the black orb down there was one of those things you can close, but no. Anything else we can do here? Just buy stuff, I guess. Advanced pants. I think we talked to them about this already. So we have three stores. This is condemned. Although, it might be something we can renovate. Probably, right? And then this one is just for lease. So maybe that means we have like 2 more chapters. One for each. Was there somewhere I wanted to check? Not really. I kind of just want to go straight to the new location. The Big Moist. Chapter 4. Swamped. Oh dear. You wouldn't trust this rickety old shelter to protect you from a single raindrop. It's a notice board. See what there is to notice. There's a poster from the local tourist bureau advertising something called Mudhenge. Apparently it's the biggest henge in the county. In the county? Might be worth a look. Oop. No point in walking out of the swamp when there's a perfectly good bus stop right there. Looks like that's the only place we can go. Your slog through the swamp is interrupted by an unfortunately familiar face. There you are, dearie. How nice to see you again, although I would have wished for a more festive setting. But I'm afraid this can't wait for the winter snow. Ah, geez, not you again. Me again. Dark Noel at your service. You'd be doing me a service by leaving me alone. No, don't be such a Grinch. I have presents for you. What's a Grinch? Wait, did you say presents? That's right. Painful retribution and Yuletide curses. It was very clever of you hiding in the Institute, all warm and cozy behind the Dean's boards where I couldn't get to you. But now that you're near the source of our power, it's time for me to deck your halls, if you get my meaning. I'm just looking for my uncle. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about the Dean or your plans or those weird dreams or any of it. She lays a finger aside of her nose, and her eyes start to glow red and green. Swell. Fighter. Mosquitoes going right for her. What has she got here? Couple of spiders, 15 damage, 8 poison. Yuck. Boost all shadow creature stats by 3. Gonna attack Skeeter for 15 cold. Then absorb power from her shadowy friends. Well. We can do at least 15 damage to a bunch of them. We start by doing that. I still have 1 AP left. Seven. Not take more than 5 physical damage at a time. Just delete this guy. Now we just got her. Oh, I did not equip my weapon after we did that fight. I have to do that. Thankfully, I don't think we'll need it. Five physical damage. Let's drop her mysticality. Cause her to deal less spell damage. I should do it. Ouch. You won. Noelle scuttles away with a "you haven't seen the last of me" or some such cliche. The map is cheese. Alright, let's equip our... What do we have? This thing? FT sharpened barbecue fork. That's not what I want. I just want the weapons that deal mysticality damage. +6. +3. +5. Yeah, okay. Welcome to Mudhenge. Admission to meet. A very clean booth for such a muddy henge. Welcome to Mudhenge. What is this place? Friend, it's Mudhenge. What's that? It's like the area's most popular... it's one of the area's most popular henges. Folks travel from all over to see this mysterious mud. I've heard of Stonehenge. Is it like that? I don't see the comparison. You don't? She sighs. Look, we could talk for hours about Stonehenge. Stonehenge is big, Stonehenge is strong. I've gone over all of this. So with respect, what I'm interested in talking about is Mudhenge, which is a formidable monument in its own right, and so much more than a first draft of Stonehenge, as they say in some magazines. What's so special about Mudhenge? Special? Well, during the swamp solstice, it's said that the needle of a compass placed upon the central altar will point to west, but secret west, where lies the thing you need the most. That's special enough for you? When is this swamp solstice? If you're in a swamp, it's pretty much always the swamp solstice. What is secret west? I'm no mystician, but secret west is the direction in which lies that thing your heart is most missing. And it's said that a compass laying on the altar of Mudhenge during the swamp solstice will point to secret west. That was the object of the Mudhenge challenge. But of course, we don't run the challenge anymore. Too hard. Too many missing presumed dead. Presumed deads. What does that mean? Thing your heart is missing most. Most missing. Well, it's kind of up to you. Up to your heart, that is. Could be a secret crush, that new job, maybe just a piece of bread. Like, I don't even know if I've got a heart that works. That's our lost soul one. Well, whatever you're missing, maybe you'll find it. Out, Secret West Way. I'm looking for someone. Charles Wallace, about my height, similar build. Another missing person? Another? I don't mean to upset you. Mudhenge can be difficult. Some folks have a habit of walking into Mudhenge and never coming out. That's why we don't promote Mudhenge Challenge anymore. That doesn't sound like a challenge. That sounds like a murder. Sort of like a murder. But it's that very real risk of going missing that makes Mudhenge such a popular destination for tourists. Tourists want to go missing? Oh sure. Folks get their thrills in different ways, but in the end we all gotta get them. Me, I like to make earrings out of live scorpions. Is that dangerous? Mostly for the grasshoppers on my shoulders, but again, they need the thrill. So, have you seen Charles? Sorry, couldn't tell you. Folks don't always leave a name when they visit. You don't have a guest book? Used to, then one night I wandered into Mudhenge and never came back. I'd like to visit. Well, and why wouldn't you? It's the best and most mysterious henge this side of the border. Admission is to meet. What border? I believe it's all of them. Here. I knew you wouldn't be able to come all this way without seeing the famous Mudhenge. Here's a pamphlet that goes over just about everything we know about the history of this ancient monument. I'll be on my way. Thank you. Before we go any further, we did get a bit of XP. I want to grab this. A historical reference text on blood described in the introduction as that new fascination sweeping our veins. You learn that blood was once considered one of the 4 humors, along with dad, shock, and reference. Spend XP, gain blood lore. You could keep reading, it's a big book. Sure. You learn that letting the blood is considered best medical practice because blood needs 30 to 60 minutes of outdoor exercise a day. Letting the blood out. Skill upgraded. You could keep reading. It's a big book. We don't have the 50. What do we need for this one? 50 also. Quite a few books here. You're not even interested in the poems of George V, sort of. In the poems George V sort of liked. There's no way you're reading these. Okay. $40. 75, 50, 50. Some hobo code over there. Oh, a noxious mud bloom. Gather its nectar. You collect the fashionable goo from inside the dirty petals. Someone's gonna lose their job at the fence factory. Whoa, that's weird. Whoa. What just happened? Oh. Oh, they're doors. Oh, what the heck? An arcane message in a strange script. Translated, the message on the rock reads, Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the hewn tower. Hewed tower. This one's broken. Going into this just keeps bringing us back here. $13 hobo code knowledge. Oh, we should have gone to the hobo camp. What's that over to the east? Ooh. This crazed gator man appeared out of nowhere and is champing at the bit to make sure you're nowhere. Oh my god. Sorry. Let me read that again. I was thrown off by champing. Usually I hear chomping at the bit. This crazed gator man appeared out of nowhere and is champing at the bit to make sure you're nowhere 5 minutes from now. Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, have you not seen a gator man yet? Sorry, it's hard to keep track. These are the guys Jessica mentioned, and they're pretty much what you'd expect from the name Gator Man. They're intelligent, upright walking alligators. They have tough, scaly skin, lots of teeth. Oh my god. My mouth is not working today. Tough, scaly skin, lots of teeth, and pissy attitudes about everything that they aren't already eating. They especially hate intruders and are the second biggest reason that this swamp isn't a popular tourist destination, the first being it's a swamp. In any case, the gator man in front of you looks like he wants to give you a bad time. Clean his clock. Oh, we don't have D'Artagnan with us here. Oh, hold on. I hear the dog whining downstairs. I'll be right back. One sec. Sorry about that. Dog's got a bad leg, so I was just making sure that he didn't fall and couldn't get up. Just had to go out. Okay. Gator Man. Mush Muncher. It's gonna munch a mushroom, which will have unpredictable effects. I doubt it. Probably gonna die. There we go. The Gator Man rallies for another round, but a hand rises from the swamp and drags him down, screaming. Phew. A backpack stashed in the swamp is certain to contain illicit material. Parental guidance is advised. There's a complete change of clothes in the sack, and a black embossed card sticking out of the back pants pocket. Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the huge tower. The phrase so nice, you've read it twice. Turn over the card. The Nudist's Creed. Nothing is worn, everything is visible. You elect to leave everything in the bag where you found it. Nothing is your size anyways. Okay. Looking for anything that's different. Nothing yet. Oh, hello. Hey. Okay. Well, now we are at a point in which I don't know where to go. Oh, hello. Stop. Found that card about nudism, so perhaps if we remove all of our clothing, I don't know if shoes are gonna count here. Maybe that'll somehow let us getting into a different place. Doesn't seem like we have any fights coming up here. All the gator men we see run away. Hmm. This must be why everybody goes missing. Oh. Little is known about the history of Mudhenge. Here I was thinking that would be helpful. Hmm. Just waiting for something to change. Sometimes it has these little glowing bits glowing around it. See, it had them there, but not here. But I don't see any on the others. Oh, God. Well, that's different. Hello. We've met before, haven't we? When we meet, it is not me. Behind the boxcar? Do you remember? Turnigus Carter? It's not much time. This to help. This to help you go where you're going. A third of a full gas can. Is that for the bus? I don't need it anymore. I got enough enough gas for the bus. More than enough, actually. Sorry. I come to give help. I come from far away. I come at great personal cost. Do you have anything else I could use? Sorry. Wish I could read that. Nope, we're back here. Drowned Mary's crown. Buried past the huge tower. Huge tower. What's that over to the east? Oh. Damn. A little too easy to walk into these doors. That door and this one now have little sparklies around it. And now they don't. So going in one of them, as you come out the one clockwise to it, I don't know if that makes any kind of difference for what we're doing, but it is an observation. Yeah, this one's glowing again. That one's glowing again. It might just be a something that happens just in this specific area. Not really sure which one to go in next. That one. Oh, well, So if there are a set number of different areas here, I just need like a better point of reference, figure out where I'm even at. We just keep going in this. Anything? Doesn't seem like it. What about this? Not having much luck here. There's got to be a specific sequence that you go in or something. It's going into the same hinges over and over. It doesn't seem to actually bring you anywhere. So that didn't go anywhere. Oh, now this one's glowing. But this one is not. Oh, I got it to do it again. Uh, no, that's not right. So if I do this and then go in here. Oh, it's not glowing, but we are back to this. Oh no, it is glowing. No, it's not. That always makes it glow, going in that combination. Brown Mary's crown is buried past the hued tower. Nudist creed. Nothing is worn, everything is visible. I'm going to take off absolutely everything we have, just to be thorough. Yeah, see, this is glowing again. Now it's not. And now it is. Kinda means something, right? Surely. Don't recall how we got this one down here to glow. See, that one's glowing. Going in it doesn't do anything, huh? No. Oops. Yeah, going in this one here, and then going in this one always makes those little glowy bits show up. But then where do we go? We did just try going in there. Pretty sure this didn't work though. Oh, now this one's glowing. Oh yeah, it did. Okay, now these two are glowing. Now they are not. I feel like we're on to something. What? I do not know. Nope, that was not it. Oops. They're still glowing. But I don't see anything else glowing. This could be nothing, but it's more than anything else we've gotten. Yeah, these two are still glowing. Still glowing. Seems like we can go in them without it stopping them from glowing. Oh no, that did stop it. This is something else. Keep ending up back here. So... Can we just, like, leave? Suddenly a tuft of swubbery parts, and a gator man pops out glaring at you. He doesn't seem immediately hostile, but you're wary. Hello? Human. How human? Well, both my parents smell wrong. Not humans stink. Check your pits. You smell basically normal, as far as you can tell in the swamp. Dark stink. Shadows stink. Huh? You know about the shadow stuff? Shadow good. Good stink. Like stink. Wow, this is a real roller coaster of a conversation. I follow. Kill enemies. Eat enemies. Name Alphonse. Can I call you Al? No. Can you at least stop yelling? Grah. Fine. Alphonse has joined you as a companion. Send him back to the speakeasy, I guess. I got something I need to finish up first. I'm drawing you a map to the speakeasy where we all hang out. I'll swing by and pick you up later, okay? Grah. Hate waiting. It won't be long. Just try not to eat anyone in there, okay? No promise. Alphonse stomps away in the direction of the bus stop. Good luck, bus. Hello, D'Artagnan. What's up, D'Artagnan? Woof, arf, arf, woof. How'd you find me? Arf, arf, arf. Did you sniff me out? Track me down? Good boy. A poster grabs your attention. Missing Tom Chapman. Inquire at Largemouth Bass and Sons. The face of a teenage boy is circled in an attached photograph. A portrait of the boy and his elder male relatives, each holding a largemouth bass proportionate to his own height. There's a similar poster right beneath. Missing Kathy Tracy. Inquire at Largemouth Bass and Sons. What's going on at Largemouth Bass and Sons? I don't know, but I'll find out. I don't know, and I don't know if I'll get around to it. Make a missing poster for Charles. Sure. Well, you don't have paper with which to make a poster. You could write Charles's name on the two that are already there. Cross out Kathy, Tracy, and Cham. And Charles Wallace to both posters. So now they say missing Tom Chapman, Inquirer at Largemouth, Bass and Sons, and Charles Wallace. Not quite what I wanted. Great, perfect work. Better hoof it to Largemouth, Bass and Sons, though. I'm hoofing. Well, let's put on our stuff. Maybe we'll find some kind of information that'll help us get through that. And here. This one. At least we have another location to go to. D'Artagnan starts sniffing the air excitedly and trots out ahead of you, then turns to see if you're following. You find something, boy? Arf, arf. You follow him for a bit. Soon you notice that the peeping and parping of frogs, although present pretty much everywhere in the swamp, is particularly loud here. Soon you push through a thicket and discover a huge number of frogs hanging out around a small stone monument of some sort. The Frog Bog. I need to know what that's about. So it is. Hey. Hey, ribbit, hey, ribbit. The frogs are talking? Speak to the frogs. You clear your throat. There was a frog in it. Haha. Maybe don't use that joke when you're talking to the frogs, though. Hello, frogs. Humans. Ribbit, not, ribbit. Humans. Talking frogs were not on your list of expectations for today. You address the frogs again. Are you saying you're humans, not frogs? Right. Ribbit, right. Ribbit, right. Oh. You think about what it would be like to be trapped in a frog's body. After a few seconds, you stop thinking about it because you don't like thinking about things that fill you with harrowing existential angst. How did this happen? Ancient statue, cave, curse, god, curse, ancient cave, god. You struggle to make sense of the cacophony. It's kind of hard to understand you with everyone talking at once. Why are you all talking? Mind, frogs, single, mind, frogs, mind, share, mind, single, share. All frogs share a single mind? Wow, that's incredible. This changes, actually, you can't think of anything, any significant consequences of what you've just learned. You try to remember the last time you interacted with a specific frog as an individual, and it was, that biology class. Best not bring that up. Is there some way I can help you? One of the larger frogs hops up to you and coughs loudly. A shiny green object flies out of its mouth and sinks into the water. You roll up your sleeve and plunge your hand into the nasty water. Your fingers find a hard object, which turns out to be, wow, shiny. Got a gleaming emerald. You turn back to the frog. What should I do with this? The second frog approaches and belches up a soggy piece of paper. You decide just to look at it instead of touching it with your hand. It appears to be a shipping label from a nearby quarry. Go to Heim Quarry. Figure out what to do with the emerald. shore. As you're on your way to the quarry those talking frogs wanted you to go to, you stop and consider how strange the situation you've gotten yourself into is. You're startled out of your reverie by the smell of smoke. You've stumbled upon a recently abandoned campsite. Maybe there's a clue to where Charles went? Best go check it. Somebody's old campsite. It looks trashed. Amidst the garbage strewn about, you find a shiny 7/8 combination wrench with CW painted on the side. That's strange. Obviously this belongs to Charles, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd lose one of his tools carelessly, nor the kind of guy who'd leave trash around his campsite. You look around carefully and discover weird tracks in the mud. Big, clawed, bipedal tracks. Maybe Gatormen tracks. And there's a spot where some kind of scuffle clearly happened. Ah, geez. Well, that tears it. Charles Wallace must have gotten kidnapped by Gatormen after he dropped the wrench on purpose to attract your attention. Hopefully you can find him soon. Okay. Leave here. Continue to the quarry. Flash of light cuts through the trees. The glare passes and then you see it, poking its head out above the canopy, a telescope. Why, you fancied a telescope ever since you were a young boy. You press your nose to the window of the telescope shop for hours until the proprietor runs out and threatens to tan your glutes with a tripod. Still want a telescope. And you've waited long enough. Go and get your telescope. Telescope in a treehouse. I like the idea of just getting completely distracted from what we're doing constantly. Make like a tree grow roots and stay here forever. A bald cypress, so tough and tall, it's no surprise some fellow has chosen to make of it a tree home. Hello? Hey mister, why you keep talking, huh? Or what, why you keep walking, huh? This here's Will Hunter's treehouse, and the rules is, tain't no grown-ups allowed. Who are you? Will Hunter, I said. What's up there? Oh, it tain't anything. Swear it. You don't want to see it anyways. I want to use your telescope. Afraid the telescope's the property of Will Hunter, same as my licorice collection. You mean licorice? No, licorice. Wouldn't be called licorice, because it tain't made of, licorice, because it tain't made of rice. It's called licorice because you lick it. But I'm saving mine up so I can lick them all at once. How long have you been saving your licorice? Reckon it's been a few months. It's okay to wait a few months on licorice so long as it's refrigerated good and proper. Have you refrigerated it? It's in my pocket with some ice, so I reckon so. What's your story, Will? Ain't much to tell. I ain't all that interesting, mister, I swear. Not to city folk like you noways. What are you doing in a swamp? Nothing special. Same thing every boy gets up to, I reckon. Do I want to know what that is? I ain't telling anyways. Can you let me up? No adult's ever been in Will Hunter's treehouse, and I ain't fixing to break the streak. Not for nothing. You need to let me up. That's so. What's in it for Will? Aiding my vital mission against the forces of evil. Mission, huh? That like a job? I ain't got no job, mister, and I don't need one. I ain't need one. I'm fixing to get by in life through general scampery. Sounds like a no helping you up into the tree. Maybe you'll have to think of something else. It said 7 to just climb. Hello, Will. Hello yourself and see how's you like it. Climb the tree. Enough of this. It's time to clasp your robust limbs around the trunk of the wet, shedding cypress and begin to shimmy. Hey now, this is a private treehouse. Stop or I'll tan you till you can't stand up. Take the risk. Why, there's no boy up in the tree at all. Only the large and sagging features of a human face sunk into the tree's very trunk. Surely that can't be Will Hunter. Oh, well, I reckon now tain't keeping you from seeing my plight. I've been wicked, mister. What happened to you? Ain't much to tell. That can't possibly be true. The great tree sighs, shedding scraps of bark that drift to the treehouse floor. You ever hear of a doctor? Do you know what that is? Yes, Will, I know what a doctor is. Heck, what'd you want to be so mean for? I reckon most people you go and ask, they could tell you one thing about what a doctor does. I only ever met one doctor, Dr. Weiss. Lived on the same street as my step-aunt. 'Twas one morning he paid me 6 bits to paint his fence, and, well, heck, I swear I was fixin' to do it, mister, but I heard there was an interesting trout down the river. A little wider than average, but not very wide, just the way Will Hunter likes it. How can a boy resist? Are you asking me? No, I'm telling you, mister. Will Hunter couldn't resist a gander at a trout, and any boy who says he could is lying. Anyways, Doc Weiss, he weren't real pleased, and to teach me a lesson, he went and cursed me to be a tree. How did he turn you into a tree? Don't ask Will Hunter how. All I know is doctors. They got all kinds of powerful tools. Tweezers, height chart. Could have used anything. What lesson were you supposed to learn from this? That I ought to paint fences if I says I'm fixin' to. I guess that's it, yeah. That's about all I can think of. Can you end this curse? Well, that doctor told me I'd be a tree until I could make good by painting a bunch of fences all around town. Hard enough for me to do that like this, I'll tell you. I could do that for you. Oh, mister, paint fences? You wouldn't want to do that. Sure I would. The wind picks up and snaps off a few weak twigs, but Will doesn't seem to mind. Say, that's real swell. Thanks a lot, mister. The doc said, the doc who cursed me had a nice white picket fence, and he said something like, Will Hunter's gotta paint 3 more fences just like his or he'll be a tree forever. Paint 3 fences. Got it. You can get my paints and brush out of my knapsack. I just hand them to you, but I'm a tree. Is there a ladder you can put down? Suppose I can. Tain't a ladder in the way you and I know it, though. But part of this tree I can sort of waggle around. I were still a boy, I'd reckon you'd say it's like my fingers or nostrils. Will Hunter extends his long, arborescent fingers and or nostrils through the hole in the tree house back to the swamp floor. Should be able to climb down those nostrils now. I'll see you around, Will. Which back door? There's stuff. They really love throwing bizarre dialects into their dialogue. When he reaches a certain age, a boy loses his enthusiasm for hoarding rocks in a treehouse. This is called the death of innocence. The telescope is a gateway lens that often leads to the use of binoculars. Peek through. You see nothing out of the ordinary. Rivers run around trunks of trees, crawdads and crawmoms make love upon the rocks, and a duck is impaled on the beak of a heron. Here in the swamp, it is a day like any other, and the circle of life turns on and on. It's a huck knapsack A favored brand of rascals and imps. You grab the contents of the knapsack. The knapsack. Take care of those, will you? That long-handled brush belonged to a grandfather. Your grandfather? Don't think so. Keep an eye out for those 3 fences. Much obliged. Anything else we can say to you? Old Will Hunter went and got himself metamorphosed into a bald cypress. Will's face writhes across the stripped bark to find and meet your eyes. Oh, hello, what's new with you? No. Just asking him about the mission. Well, that was a thing. Largemouth Bass and Sons is right here. Let's just go there. Suddenly, silently, a flock of shadowy bats fly up out of the swamp, leaving not a single ripple on the surface of the water as they do. It's quite frankly the gothiest thing you've seen in your life, and you probably fought actual vampires by now. Fight them. Shadow bats. Whole bunch of cold damage. They have 15 health, so we can just kill them all by using this 3 times. You won. Get back to your Bauhaus album cover, you stupid bats. +1 to all stats on our Skeeter. Largemouth. Wow. Shotguns, huh? State your business. Hear about the missing children? Tom and Kathy, yeah, that's a sad song. They'll need to talk to, I guess either Mr. Chapman or Mr. Tracy about that, but I wouldn't let either of them know you've been speaking to the other. The bosses, they don't talk anymore. Why don't they talk to one another? Between you and me, 3,600 largemouth bass. Mr. Chapman and Tracy haven't been on speaking terms since Mr. Chapman was snubbed at the Aquademy Awards a few years back. They tolerate each other only now, only because they both perform a function vital to the business, which is Mr. Tracy debones the fish and Mr. Chapman rebones them. Only then are the fish ready for sale at market. What? Are you saying you take out the fish's bones and then put them back in? It's tradition. For generations, the Chapman has deboned the bass and Tracy rebones them. That unique process is what gives our bass its distinctive tang. Wow. What do you think happened to the kids? If you ask me, that's what I just did. Hell, they ran off. This life isn't for everyone. And Tom and Kathy, they never had the makings of a largemouth bass deboner or reboner. Reboning a bass is really screwing up my brain. Just trying to envision it. What goes on at this place? At Largemouth Bass and Sons, we fish largemouth bass and most of us are sons. I'll be going. This sign identifies these waters as a site of historical importance. This pool is the birthplace of largest mouth Luke, a bass persistent at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. On August 2nd, 1792, he returned to his home waters to die, but his body was never found. A bass present at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. A viscous puddle reflects a gloomy face. Talk to the puddle or the man? The puddle, please. Hello, sir. I can't understand you. It's a puddle. Well, I guess we'll talk to the man. What's the matter with you? She's left me. Who left you? Amphibious truck. Oh, so not a person. No, I'm more interested in amphibious trucks. So what happened to your truck? Our truck. It's the company truck. We use it to take the fish to market. A couple of nights ago, I forgot to fill her up before bed, and that must have really ticked her off because the next morning she was gone. No note, nothing. Are you suggesting this truck is sentient? It's funny. I wouldn't have thought so, but I can't see any other explanation for it running off the way it has. What's this puddle here? It's the gas I never gave her that night. It's here now, in our special place, waiting for her to come home. Is it working? Obviously, you can see that it's not. Could it have anything to do with the missing kids? Tom and Kathy? You'd have to talk to Mr. Chapman or Mr. Tracy about that. Maybe they took the truck? I don't know. Seems like a stretch. When did the children go missing? Same day as the truck, but I think it's probably a coincidence. How far could someone have gone? With the gas left in her? Couldn't have gone further than 100 miles. 100 miles, okay. No, 100. Sorry, 100 is fisherman's lingo. It means 11. Missing truck, huh? That's a shame. She'll be back. She has to come back. She'll run out of gas otherwise, and then where will she be? Good luck with the truck. I gotta go. Yeah. What did that say? Wait. The mouth bass are really as large as they say. I hope you're not planning on sticking that rod in there. Largemouth Bass and Sons have the exclusive license to fish those waters. Is there a way I can fish here? No. Largemouth Bass and Sons has the fishing rights. Flex and say, fishing might makes fishing right. That attitude might get you places at smallmouth bass and nephews, but we run things differently here. Okay, fine. Did this say something? Yeah. Okay. The guard eyes you suspiciously. Depart from the sweet sorrows of this place? Forsooth. Are the shotguns keeping you out, or is something else in? Who cares? I'm going inside. Tracy's house. This grizzled mariner must hate being stuck behind a desk. Greetings. As a mariner, do you hate being stuck behind a desk? Excuse me. I make 6 figures a year behind this desk, and mind your manners. You're addressing Adam Tracy, Chief Deboning Officer of Largemouth Bass and Sons. Are you here about Kathy? I saw some posters about missing children. That's right, 3 nights ago, Kathy disappeared along with all her clothes and possessions, the contents of that safe there, and the company truck. Oh, and the Chapman kid. Sounds like she might have run away from home. I'll excuse the remark as you don't know my Kathy, but suffice it to say that's impossible. Kathy loves largemouth bass almost as much as assuming preordained roles in a multi-generational family business. No, Kathy would not simply leave home. There's a much simpler explanation. Occam's gator. God. What is this? The simplest explanation is that a gator did it. Occam's gator. A monstrous gator man. Oh, it's an actual thing. A monstrous gator man, centuries old, 10 feet tall if he's an inch, with scales as blue as the deepest ocean. He has 2 tails as sharp as razors, and he's not afraid to shave you. His appetites are insatiable. He'll strike at night and gobble up our fish, guns, tax returns, whatever. And now I fear my Kathy. I don't know what we did to provoke his ire, but that beast has bullied and bothered our business since my grandfather was in toddler pants. I sometimes think the swamp itself has summoned him up to be our tormentor. You think Occam's gator ate Kathy? If Occam's ate Kathy, aren't we too late? Occam's gator sounds made up. My friend Charles is missing. Could Occam's have taken him too? Charles? Hold on. That was the name written on Kathy's poster at the bus stop. A nasty piece of vandalism for which I do not doubt Occam's gator is responsible. Okay, so this thing is definitely made up, right? Sounds made up. There's nothing made up about a giant blue gator man who eats guns. One of our guards actually saw Occam's, even took a shot at him, but conventional weapons have no effect. Are you saying you haven't seen Occam's gator? I've seen the destruction he's wrought. I've certainly seen that. You think he ate Kathy? You have to understand, for decades, Occam's gator has been the sole author of this business's misfortune. Could he eat a child? Absolutely. That's his M.O., or monstrous operandi. Operandi? If Occam's ate Kathy, aren't we too late? Not necessarily. Occam's only handicap is his glacially slow digestion. Go ask Sylvester, a guard of ours. He was swallowed up by Occam's, but by stripping off in his belly and greasing his body in Occam's own fat, he was able to slither up and out of Occam's jaws while the great beast slept. Okay, where can I find Sylvester? I don't know. We had to terminate him for attempting to unionize. Great. Is there a finder's fee? If I finders? If I finders? Is there a finder's fee if I finders? Finder? 300 meat and my grandfather's fishing rod. But I'm running the show, alright? Not Chapman. I know he's got a missing boy, too, but you can't involve a reboner in an operation like this. They're far too emotional. If you're dealing with me, you keep him out of it. How about throwing in fishing rights? You've got your eyes on our largemouths, eh? I'll give you 10 minutes alone with the fish. How about that? No questions asked. What's so special about this fishing rod? What's special about it? It can catch things that your scientists would say are impossible to find in water. How about that? So it doesn't catch fish? Yes, fish, but also impossible things. Deal. Good. Now, Peter, our guard by the front gate, was the last to see Occam's gator in the sickening flesh. Peter chased him off our property with a revolting little hamlet, but dared not enter to a revolting little hamlet, but dared not enter himself. I'll mark it on your map. I'm convinced that's where you'll find Occam's, and inside Occam's, Kathy. Now bring her home, you hear me? So what do you do here? As I've said, I'm the chief deboning officer here. My team and I debone the largemouth bass, after which it's passed over to my colleague across the way for reboning. I guess there's no follow-up questions there. Though the knife of the deboner doth still shape largemouth bass and the world through our actions, there are legion who do not believe and would tear down thy work. The Book of Garrett. Emptied to magnify the misfortune of my stolen daughter. Any idea who did this? I can't prove it yet, but I'll be damned if Occam's gator didn't have his claws in this. When did this happen? 3 nights ago. I'm still in shock. I can't even muster the strength to close the safe. Any chance your daughter could have opened it? Impossible. I never told her that the combination was 3. Tough break. Very tough. You're not close enough to read this. I absolutely am. Academy of Fresh Saltwater and Saltwater Game Fish. Certificate of nomination for award. Be it known that Adam Tracy was nominated for an Academy Award of Merit for Outstanding Achievement, Best Deboning, Bass. Looking for something? What's back here? Crew quarters, off limits. You live here? Where the fish live, we live. Can I go inside? No, that space is for the Tracy family, like our crypt. Can I go in that? You'd better not. Only the Tracy family is allowed in the private quarters. You need to find another entrance or think about marrying in. It's a mess through there. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mean it's messy. I'm saying that room is where we have meals. It's that type of mess. I thought they only really use that term in the armed forces. You don't consider fishing to be part of the armed forces? What do you think we use to hold the rods? Your arms? That's right. Oh, I see. The public is welcome to visit the Tracy family's mess hall if they'll pardon the mess. A cat. The sign says, take a bottle of bass oil. Take a bottle of bass oil. Why, it's glued to the table. Bottles, crate, the whole thing. You now notice the reverse of the sign, which reads, if you can. Take the sign. God, item, annoying sign. It says, take a bottle of bass oil if you can. Just sell it if you can. Can we... 6 muscle. Put on our vampire skull cap. Huzzah! You break the bonds of the glue with a satisfying thwarp. Crate of bass oil. Take it to the speakeasy. I'm sorry, what? It's a can of whitewash to be used only for the painting of fences and not covering up uncomfortable truths. Why does it let us wear it? These are paints, not pants. Okay. Fishing cats are slow to trust. Try to pet her. The cat ignores your attempts to befriend it. Only true loyalty to the fisherman's cause will win it over. Alas. The refrigerator hums with quiet menace, or maybe it's the motor. The only item inside is a sardine salad sandwich in a cardboard box. The box is labeled Adams, do not eat. Do eat. Ah, the sandwich smacks of something foul and deeply wrong, as if the food had rotted itself to punish your minor transgression. It reminds you of a story of your friend Eve, who ate a forbidden window display sandwich and was cast out from the Garden of Eden restaurant. Gain the effect original sandwich. What is this? Oh, ew. -1 to muscle and moxie. Rude. This bass thawing. Oh, there's a bass thawing in the sink and in each of the drawers. Splash some water on your face. Oh, that's better. Oh, okay. It took it off. Good. The door is locked, making this room even more disappointing. You're telling me. Largemouth bass are my passion. See if we can talk to any of these. No. He seems friendly aside from the gun. How are the fish today? Too large for the likes of me. Thank you for asking. What do you know about Occam's gator? Oh, that's fake. It is? Yeah, that's a legend. An old bass wife's tale. Sometimes things go missing or the business has a run of bad luck and the folks want a deeper explanation for it. But I can tell you that nobody here's ever laid eyes on any giant gator man. The bosses can't even agree on what he's supposed to look like. So Occam's gator didn't kidnap these kids? I really doubt it. Your boss says you saw him. Didn't you ever tell a boss what they wanted to hear? There's gators in these parts, all right. I have to scare them off the property on almost a daily basis, but I've never seen any sort of Occam's gator, no sir. Sounds pretty scary. As do all fairy tales, doesn't make them any more real. Anything here? Just looking for anything. No, it looks like it's all the same. There's something fishy going on in there. Surely a fisherman yearns for a glorious death at sea, not to wind up behind a desk. Hello there. I wonder, do you ever wish you'd had a glorious death at sea? Oh, many a sea creature has tried to give me one, pal, but before they can get their teeth in me, I've reboned them 6 ways to Sontag. Still can't get over the concept of reboning. He spits a wad of chewing tobacco out the door. Guy Chapman, Chief Reboning Officer, Largemouth Bass and Sons. And you must be Turnigus, the one I hear has thrown in his lot with that woeful deboner next door. Oh, surprised I know your name? Well, the largemouth bass have ears. What do you do here? I'm the Chief Reboning Officer here at Largemouth Bass and Sons, like my father was before me, and etc. It's a wonderful life, a good family life. Let's talk about your son. I'm not sure I want to discuss my son with a confederate of Kathy Tracy, that Jezebel of a deboner's daughter. She's a delinquent sorceress who never cared a Walt Whitman for what we do here at Largemouth Bass. She led my Tom into the belly of Occam's gator. Oh, I've heard of him. Chapman's cheeks darkened to the murky hue of a humpback anglerfish. What? As long as there's been a largemouth bass and sons, there's been an Occam's gator, to our great misfortune. Adventure that there's no creature of land nor sea quite so terrible. 12 feet tall he is, red as a furnace, with smoke billowing out of his nostrils. He and his rapacious appetites are a plague on our business. He'll eat everything we've got. Largemouth bass, everything. That's the only thing he listed. Keep listening. It keeps me up at night, wondering what we did to deserve him. Is it a sin against the land to both debone and rebone fish? Perhaps. Perhaps. But damn it, that's what gives our bass its zing. I don't remember what he said that was fun. About, Kathy. Oh, Jezebel of a deboner's daughter. Delinquent sorceress. Being a little sexist, don't you think? Not remotely. I'm not saying anything about her gender at all. I'm only saying she may have gotten my boy eaten by a gator man. God. But when you throw words like Jezebel around, it's a little loaded. Is it? Well, I didn't mean anything by it, and I'm willing to change, but you'll have to have patience with me, alright? I'm old-fashioned. I can't keep up with all these new ideas your generation has. Gender. Penicillin. How's Kathy responsible? Well, the arrogance of youth. Kathy Tracy never thought she had anything to fear from Occam's gator. She didn't respect him. Several times I caught her attempting to summon the beast by shouting his name 3 times in a mirror, or directly in the mouth of a bass. It was always going to end with her in Occam's belly. I just didn't think my Tom would be fool enough to go along with it. You think he could have run away on his own? Absolutely not. Tom's a 3rd-generation bass boy, proud and true. Why, just last month he said, I'm excited about my future in reboning largemouth bass, Dad. Does that sound like the words of a boy with 1 foot out the door? No, there's a simpler explanation. The siren song of Kathy Tracy, who lures good men into the bellies of gators. That's all I wanted to ask about your son. That's all I wanted to answer. I'm looking for someone myself. Charles Wallace? I know the name. Some fool wrote it on the missing poster I had up for Tom. I've been wondering who and what he is. Is he a fish? No. Then I'm not the person to ask. I'm a fisherman, friend. My bag is fish. If you're looking for a human, you want to be asking some sort of human fisherman. Haha. You're a human fisherman. His expression turns sour. Now that you've poked a hole in his premise, he's lost interest in the conversation. Okay, I don't know where your friend is, alright? Alright. The chum bucket is inscribed, a stranger is just a chum you haven't met yet. The bucket is secured to the floor. Those are decorative. And the chum inside is the very first batch of chum ever made by Largemouth Bass and Sons, back in summer of 1803. It reminds us of our humble beginnings. Can I have it? No. The chum bucket is inscribed, champagne for my real chums, real pain for my sham chums. What lies beyond that door is for fishermen. Oh, only for fishermen. What is it? Fish. Can I fish here? Huh. This chum bucket is inscribed, "Chum pain for my real chums, real pain for my chum chums." That one's a little more esoteric. Fishermen's cats are a touchy sort and regard unproven outsiders with the highest suspicion. The cat avoids your touch. You get the sense that only true loyalty to the fisherman's cause will overcome its suspicions of you. Hold on, the dog is whining again. Oops. Right back. Brought him upstairs. Like I said, his leg is kind of junky right now, so couldn't get up the stairs. I guess he wants to hang up here. Okay. There's 2 more doors. What's back here? Your quarters? And how would you know that? That's where Mr. Tracy has his. Maybe the two of you are more similar than you'd like to admit. Back off, Freud. Can I go inside? Into our family's private quarters? I'd sooner let a dogfish loose in my socks. Is that something you do? Rarely. Bleu, with the reboning knife of righteousness, has a complete bass been forged. Book of Karos. This must be the mess, right? It is, where we proudly serve reboned fish just the way we like it. I don't want to see you slipping any bones out of that fish, you hear? You definitely won't see that. It's a mess hall back there. Oh. Can't get back the option to try to go in. Okay. So it seems obvious that the 2 kids ran off together and took the car. I like that everybody here doesn't believe that that's possible or likely. And they have the idea of the Occam's gator being a thing, but also the idea that it's completely made up. Which it sounds like it is. However, with this game, it could just be so absurd that they're right. So I guess let's go find out. A portly man in a white linen suit sitting in a wicker chair in a flat-bottomed boat is being fanned by 2 large bats as he pulls his craft through the murky swamp water. I say, pardon me, young man, but might I prevail upon you to lend me some navigatory assistance? I consider myself a man with a sense of direction, but I must admit this bayou has got me turned around. Well, to start with, you're too far west to call this swamp a bayou. Well, now, I may just be a simply country Dracula, but I've thought I could tell the difference between a bayou and some damn Yankee swamp. Have I really missed Louisville by that much? I'm afraid so. By more than 800 miles as the bat flies. Well, tarnation. I never did make it to the Derby at the... I'll never make it to the Derby at this rate. And I was so looking forward to that mint julep. Julep. Reckon I'll just have to make do with a... Is your name Mary by any chance? No, it's Turnigus. A bloody Turnigus? Well, any port in the storm, as the poet would say. Help him out with mysticality, I guess. How about instead of drinking me, you let me put a couple of navigation and velocity spells on your boat. You could still make it to the Derby in time for last call. Well now, son, if you can accomplish that, I'll be right indebted to you. You cast a charm on his boat to create a strong water current beneath it, and he zips away with a yeehaw. Navigation spells, on the other hand, are clearly not your thing. And anyway, you haven't gotten any idea how to get to Kentucky from here. That will probably be less of a problem for him than the fact that he's now traveling on running water, though. 18 XP. Gatorman Hamlet. The guards stop in their tracks and start sniffing around suspiciously. They're almost certain to notice you if you get any closer. Staying put isn't an option here. Which way do you want to go and how? Towards them. Charge. Dude just ate a mushroom that poisoned him. What are we dealing with here? 31 HP. Gonna eat a mushroom. Gatorman's Scream Mouth. Intends to scream, increasing his allies' stats by 1, decreasing our party's stats by the same amount. He's shielded. Meyer Chef, 28 HP. Intends to heal its most wounded ally by 8 HP by throwing a nasty pastry at it. Just launch one of these. Break that shield. $26 damage. Good God. Hmm. 8 damage. Can do 3 of these. And make that guy weaker, I guess. I was gonna kill the other guy, but did not target him correctly. Ouch. Turns out those gators should have been avoiding you. 19 XP, 82 meat. Gatorman skin pants and a swamp mushroom. I am the terror that stalks the swamp. Food. This swamp mushroom does not appear in any mycology text because mycologists famously refuse to get their shoes wet. I don't know what it does. Gatorman skin pants, not to be confused with Gatorman skin pants. Wait, these are Gatorman skin pants, not to be confused with Gatorman skin pants. These are pants made of skin and worn by a Gatorman. You're not sure what kind of skin they're made of. Plus 1 muscle and 2 physical armor. Another one of those Gatorman campsites. Maybe the one who kidnapped Charles came this way. This campsite is similar to the previous one. A lot of Gatorman tracks and a lot of discarded trash. These Gatormen sure are slobs. You also find a 15/16 combination wrench labeled CW. Looks like you're on the right track at least. A dangling rusty meat hook is a tasteful accent for any style of decor. I promise I won't tell a soul. But the handle on this fridge is busted. This is going to be a headache come lunchtime. Try to open the door. No dice. And no door opening either. Whoever smashed in the handle wanted to keep you out or keep something in. A magical talking sandwich, maybe. Force the door. With great effort, you force the door open. Released from his refrigerated cage, a cold man squirms out into the muck, gasping for air. My God, you're my savior. One more day trapped in there and I would have succumbed completely to despair. Who are you? I'm Fabian, an illustrator of the natural sciences. Arid steppes, glittering bergs of ice, but lately my interests have taken me to these damp lands. I'm in my soggy period. And how'd you get in there? I was traveling to the swamp to sketch the native cypress, only to be caught in a net by these gator-esque men. At first they allowed me to roam within the confines of this camp, but when I shouted for help at a passing truck, I was put into the refrigerator. What truck? Oh, it hurtled through the camp like a bass out of hell. It was a boy and a girl at the wheel, and I called out, "Stop, I'm a prisoner, take me with you," but they drove on. What makes a person do that? Where was it headed? North of here, I'm sure of it. North, huh? And since that driver at Largemouth Bass and Sons was confident the truck could only make it 11 miles at worst, at most, if you subtract from 11 the distance between this camp and the fishery, seized with a deductive euphoria, you do some quick calculations, which in your haste comes out very wrong. You do them again, not rushing this time, and produce a promising lead. That's very relatable. An amphibious truck? Ask about Charles. Have you come across my friend out there, Charles Wallace? Charles? No, I would remember meeting someone with such an unusual name. Do you know of a creature called Occam's gator? Occam's gator? Supposedly a large gator with 2 tails who breathes smoke from its nostrils? Oh yes, I think you're describing my mother-in-law. Haha. Okay, so you don't know? No, and I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. Melanie has always been kind to me. Okay. Every weekend she bakes a ball of nougat. I apologize, Melanie. Say goodbye. If you want to leave, the way out is more or less clear. I do want to leave. That is a good guess. If we ever meet again, it would honor me to paint your portrait. I'm an artist, as you know. I cannot paint you right away as I'm in my soggy period, but if I conclude that work, or if you become soggy, well, who knows? Who knows indeed. The refrigerator is still running. Where are they getting the electricity for this? A safe hanging in an unusual manner from the ceiling. Got a combination lock and you don't know the combination. A sleeping gatorman, unless he's lying about being asleep. Do not let him lie. Okay, if you say so. What would you like to do as an alternative to letting this gatorman continue sleeping? Search him. You reach into the water and carefully grope the gatorman's pockets. At least you hope those are pockets. You find a scrap of paper. Gatorman's safe combo. Eureka! Oop. You dial in the horrible combination and open the safe. 352 meat. I want to fight him. $31. We just smack him with 1 or 2 of these. Yeah, that was enough. Like an alarm clock wired to a tranquilizer gun, you woke him up just to put him back to sleep. 18 XP. Skeeter gets more health. This must be the second shift. Luckily, they're all facing the other way. Now. What are these now? Rot Tooth. Intends to belch on Skeeter for 20 damage. Weed Lord. Intends to whip Turnigus Carter with Vampiric Vines, stealing 10 health. And is going to viciously clobber the Mosquito for 17. Well, we could hit this guy 3 times to take him out. And then let's just do one of these. Get rid of him. Ew. Stats went up a lot. You dispatch the gator guards and your path forward is clear. XP meat. Got a gator stick, gator cheese, and a swamp haunch. Onward then. Arf arf. D'Artagnan executes a perfect backflip. Oh wow, you learned a new trick. Woof. I don't know how old you are, so I don't know if that's surprising or not. Increased his mysticality by 1. Swamp haunch. A slab of bone and flesh from some animal too distasteful to even mention, let alone eat. Gator cheese. You're going to choose not to interrogate the biological means by which this stuff is produced. Gator stick. Melee weapon. Muscle plus 5 stench. A vicious looking sharpened branch with smaller sharp sticks stuck to it and a crude leather hand grip. Nasty business. Gatormen are remarkably good at building fires in a couple inches of water. A dangling glob of revolting organic matter. This seems to be where the Gatormen store all of their terrible filth. A forge, presumably for hammering on terrible gator meals. Rack of horrible looking weapons. You grab the most appropriate one and leave the others to rust in peace. Froggin' fork. Gatormen sorcerers use these gig frogs from a distance. If you don't know what it means to gig a frog, don't look it up. I won't. That is a plus 5. It's physical damage. Heals you for 3 HP. Terrible rusty metal fridge dangles from the ceiling of this terribly rusty metal hovel. Weird. None of this stuff is even perishable. Dried swamp meat and mushrooms. Meat of indeterminate origin and low humidity. Muscles and max HP. The Skaterman seems less aggressive than is typical for these guys. Hi there. Greet human, not eat. Greet. Thanks, I appreciate that. You seem more relaxed than the rest of the gator folk. Yes, everyone crazy. Dunno reason. Not belong. Leave swamp. Where will you go? Dunno. Wander? Oh, like a hobo? Hobo? What that? Basically someone who travels from place to place because they're looking for work or they just don't have anywhere specific to be. Yes, hobo gator. First though, need weapon. Defend self. Ask about hobo code? You know any hobo code you could teach me? Hobo code? What that? Oh right, you wouldn't know any yet. It's like the little symbols that hobos use to leave messages for other hobos. Here, I can show you some basic ones. You teach them the symbols for safe camp, cops here, and the increasingly rare and exciting pie on the windowsill. Offer him a weapon. Could give him our spork. I think that was our first magic item. How about this trench spork? No thanks. Weapon weak. Need power. Okay, I'll find something stronger. Okay, what about the gator one? Gator stick? Oh, it lists the base damage, so he's probably looking for something with high base damage. How about this gator stick? No thanks. Weapon weak. Needs power. Oh, well, the only thing we have stronger is the fork. But what we could do is add the chunk of lead. Oh, oops. Could do the gator stick. Add a chunk of lead to it. Make it a lot heftier. And the fork back on. Try that again. Surely that will be strong enough. Oh, it doesn't say it now. Gator stick. Yes, good. Weapon strong. Safe now. Thank human. No problem. You know, there's a bunch of hobos collecting in a camp outside Ocean City. They're pretty accepting people. I don't think they'd mind you joining. Plus it'd be handy to have some muscle around the place. Sound good. I go. He waves goodbye and stomps out the door. Bye. This is apparently where the Gatormen keep their billions upon billions of swarming bugs. Exterminate some of them. Bees. It's 14. Can kill everything but the... Oh no, we should be able to kill those. Swamp flies, bees, flea orchestra. If we just... Filthy 3. Filthy. Launch a few of these off. One more. You've reduced the number of bugs in this terrible building by, let's say, 378. got the world's smallest violin. If there's one smaller, it's too small for you to have seen it. Okay. So is this just going to be a repeating fight? Seems like it. I suppose we did already get what we needed from this place. Got the location of where the truck should be. Got a cold water bug egg. These eggs, like all of us, consist primarily of water. Increase hot armor by 5. Okay. Chomp chorp. D'Artagnan, if I know one thing about plants, is that you shouldn't eat ones with shiny purple leaves. D'Artagnan ejects a large stringy wad of wet goop, mostly purple, but with blotches of other colors as well. It steams gently in the wet swamp mud. See? What did I tell you? Harvest the goop. You poke through the sizzling sludge, picking out some potentially useful samples of slime and gunk. Now to find some clean water to wash your hands with. Stylish gel and eldritch mist. Good luck with that. And there's the car. There's nothing amphibious about this truck. The cab door hangs limply from its hinges. The truck has been abandoned for some time. There's nobody inside unless they're very small and hiding. Are they? Small and hiding? No. Search the seats. A newspaper left on the passenger seat is open to the classifieds page. Circled are advertisements for Mr. Rat's Hotel of Working Women and the Docks. Take the paper. You don't need it. It's yesterday's news. Search under the seats. The gas tank is located underneath the driver's seat, which has the advantage of lowering the truck's center of gravity. This gas can is empty, which has the disadvantages of the truck not working. You also notice a tiny glint of metal, a key. Small LB&S key. Black smoke billows from the cowl. That engine is cooked. Eat the engine. I didn't see that it said that. You can't eat something just because it's cooked. Eat the engine. It's far too large to eat. Eat it. It's just not possible to eat an engine. It would kill you to even try. Girding yourself against the overbearing heat, you wrench open the cowl and peer through the smoke, only to find that someone has beaten you to it. The engine has already been eaten. Next chance I get. I'm eating an engine. Sure. So the key is to something else. Unless it was just the car keys. This whole weird truck business sure feels like a much ado about nothing. Ado is a weird word. Oh, so there's nothing else here. Okay. So there must be a door we can get in back at Largemouth Baths and Sons. You step through a copse of swamp cypress into the edge of a gloomy clearing. Quiet but for the sound of dirt raining on an open grave. 2 burly men work hurriedly with shovels to bury the corpse of a gator man, whose appalts, hat, and mailbag mark him as some manner of mailman. As the gator is swallowed whole by the mud, his grave diggers straighten up and look you in the eye, sweaty but defiant. You have stumbled upon the darkest and most secret part of the swamp, where sins are buried and gators. The Leather Brothers. Step forward. Nothing to see here. A sack of genuine leather. It's empty. It's only made of genuine leather. It does not contain genuine leather. The ambiguity is clear now, and the person responsible for the original description has been sacked. Monty Python reference. Hunter's beans, a veritable hill of them. The man observes you with monk-like serenity. Hi there. Looks like you've set up quite the trading post here in the swamp. The other man shakes his head. Paul can't speak. Can't or won't? Don't. How'd you become mute, Paul? Now, that's a very personal question. Sorry. It ain't a problem. It's just a hobby of mine to make observations on the nature of questions. Basically, Paul lost his tongue in a poker game. That's awful. Back home we play our strip poker high stakes, or not at all. Can we trade? Condensed swamp gas. He sells a crowbar, which we have 2 of. Gator punch. Impregnable tack. Pickaxe. Tool favored by miners for breaking rocks, removing hot dishes from ovens, trimming hedges, kneading dough, and catching baseballs. I'll buy that. Roll of duct tape. Sharpening stone. Grab a couple of those. I'm hoping with that pickaxe we could get into the geode way back at the lake there. Wouldn't go in there if I were you. Why? Might not like what you see. Well, now I need to know. No, don't like this. That egg is busted. Well, told you I weren't a pretty sight. I was looking forward to eating that egg all day, and come dinner time, I only went and bloody dropped it. Is that a gator egg? No, I think it's from a dog. I don't know why that got me so bad. That kills me. Sorry for your loss. I bet. Okay, let's get to the Bassin Sons. Here's a grisly sight. The carcass of some kind of swamp animal covered in huge ticks. Oh no, wait. Some of them are buzzing around in the air. Are they actually wasps? Well, turns out both those things can be true. They're tick wasps, which are notable for being the only insect that can stab you with both ends. That sounds like the worst thing imaginable. Tick wasps. Ugh. Ticks do not need to fly. They will burst healing allies for 24 HP. Drains 10 from us. You won. Hopefully you will also win in your upcoming nightmares. Got a wasp clasp and extra blood. Some of it is almost certainly yours. Heal 20. This tick wasp's rigor mortis has created a convenient way to attach it to your lapel. Plus 9 max HP. You. She knows where to find me. She'll come back. I found the truck. Really? Where? Is she alright? Does she need anything? It's out of gas. Something ate the engine. She's out of gas. Something ate the engine. Rats. I don't know where I'll find a new engine. And I really need that truck back. I left an egg sandwich on the passenger's seat, and I'm afraid now the egg will have hatched. Take it easy. Can we use this key anywhere here? You've asked your questions. Now go on and get out of here. I did not send for you. Found the truck. You're meant to be finding the company's son, Tom Chapman. The truck is the key to finding the son. It is? Then where's Tom? Let me get back to you on that. Take it from an old bass reboner. Try and do too much at once and your fish ends up looking like a porcupine. It's looking more and more like Tom ran away from home. Even if that's true, it doesn't matter. You find him and bring him back here. The young man has a responsibility to largemouth bass and sons. Well, we did also see that they had the advert for getting jobs in the city. Although I don't think they made it there. So they're probably not there. There you are. What of Kathy? Is she home? Not yet. Ugh. Can I marry into your family? No, I'm afraid we're all spoken for. Nothing personal. It's just that in the largemouth bass business, marriages are arranged from a very young age. It's political. You understand. I ate your sandwich. No, you didn't. The one in the refrigerator is a decoy. He chuckles. Nobody's ever found the real thing. I found the truck. Truck? Are you trying to say Tracy? Kathy Tracy? No. But finding the truck may help us find Kathy. It will? Where is she then? I don't know yet. I see. So the truck may help us find her, or it may not. It's looking more like she ran away. Even if that's true, it doesn't matter. You find her and bring her back here. That young woman has a responsibility to largemouth bass and sons. Okay. Ah. The door is locked, making this room even more disappointing. And now it is not. The key fits snugly in the lock, so snugly that you can't get it out, in fact, but it does the job nonetheless. The austere bedding testifies to the Tracy family's rigorous aestheticism. One must purge body and mind of all comfort and distraction to achieve the hyper-focus of a bass fisherman. Sweet candy, secret candies? A bass fisherman should not be vulnerable to such temptations. Licorice and spearmint. Times are tough at largemouth bass and sons, and the pillows are in short supply. The Spartan mattress holds no secrets. Under the pillow. 16 teeth. The tooth fairies skip this swamp for a while. Why? New mouth starter kit. Just sell them, I guess. A navy blue slicker is the sole resident of the coat rack. Fierce rummaging yields a letter in the right pocket. The envelope appears unopened. Kathy's letter. Largemouth bass eyes peek through the slats in the lockers. What? Why? Why are there fish in the lockers? A letter from Kathy Tracy addressed only to Dad. The post office will never be able to deliver that. The envelope isn't sealed. You slide it open with ease. Dad, anyone who cares about this family is... all anyone cares about in this family is largemouth bass. Well, I'm sick of it. Ain't I a person? Ain't I deserving of being cared about too? I'm leaving, Dad, for a place where dreams are possible. You ain't never gonna find me because you don't know where that is. Love, Kathy. P.S. Hi to Mom. Okay. You're not supposed to be in this room. It'd be better if Adam doesn't see you leave through this door. Better for whom? Better for you. Okay. Hello. You need to see this. Adam Tracy pores over the letter, his brow sinking into deeper furrows with each line. Ain't never, ain't I? My friend, those are the vulgar contractions of Occam's gator. I didn't give Kathy a copy of Jane Eyre to have her contract improperly. No, this letter is an obvious ruse, friend. Occam's clumsy attempt to throw us off the scent. Face it, Tiger. Your daughter ran away from home. I'm yet to see any evidence of that. The contract. What did... Oh, we can't see it now. Oh no, yeah, there it is. The vulgar contractions of Occam's razor. Occam's gator. I found these teeth under a pillow. Yes, those are mine. You believe in the tooth fairy? No. I'll be on my way then. I'm sorry I brought that up. Well, I mean, I guess I could go tell the other guy about the letter. Still need to find him, though. Okay, they don't have anything for that. Alright, well, I guess we'll go to the quarry then. Maybe we'll find something along the way. You find an old medicine show wagon overturned in the swamp. Most of its contents have been long since hazardously dissolved into the local ecosystem, but there's probably some stuff left. Few damp toiletries and even damper medicaments. Charcoal briquettes. Eye drops. Tooth wax. More eye drops. Increase mysticality by 1, moxie by 1. Hello. Oh god. This guy seems a bit, hi there. Ribbit. This might seem like a strange question, but do you know anything about a curse? Ribbit. Your attitude says no, but your everything else says yes. Ribbit. There's a note on the door. Drive efficiently. Excess gas use will be deducted from your paycheck. Management, I guess. MGMT. This is either a guy who thinks he's a frog or the soul of a frog trapped in the body of a guy, or a really good method actor rehearsing for Toad of Toad Hall. Hi, excuse me? Ribbit. Have you seen any cursed frog idols around? He sticks his tongue out as a fly buzzes past and seems confused and disappointed by its length. Ooh boy. Okay, good luck. Ribbit. Hi, Ribbit. If I asked you if you were a frog trapped in a man's body, would you have any way to answer that question that I would be able to understand? Ribbit. I guess I don't know what I was expecting. Ribbit. Alright, let's check the buildings. This man doesn't look very happy to be a frog, or the other way around, or whatever. Hi there, Ribbit. Nice suit. You look like a fancy guy. Ribbit. I guess you basically won the frog lottery, huh? Ribbit. This hat rack is dressed like a cowboy. You end the hat rack's childish game. An intimidating Stetson. When you see a guy wearing a hat like this, you think to yourself, this guy has a good sense of style and is probably about to punch me for no reason. Muscle and Moxie. Personnel files for everybody who works at or ever has worked at this quarry. You give these files a quick rifle through. They tend to be very thin. People who are hired and then quit real fast. There's only a handful of current records and they aren't very interesting. It's the foreman's desk, presumably. You find a key labeled Mess and a gun labeled Bess in two different drawers. Heim Quarry Mess Hall key and Bess. There's some papers and stuff, but none of it seems significant to you. A painting of a safe. Is it meant to be reverse psychology? Look behind it. You push the painting aside and find, surprise, a safe. Unfortunately, it's a key-type safe, and you don't have the key. Not that a combination lock would have been much better, but you could have twiddled the dial and hoped to get lucky. Your assumption was correct. It is a bookshelf full of books. It's all books on management, with titles like Shaking the Invisible Hand, You Deserve More, and How to Get Blood Out of the Turnips You Hired. Okay. The remains of a fancy meal with fancy condiments. The store is locked so the food won't escape, presumably. There we go. You leave the key on the nearby windowsill. As advertised, it's a mess. Huh. This table is swarming with flies. Looks like these people got so hungry they started eating the cabinet doors. You find nothing here but junk. This range doesn't even have a gas line connected to it. I guess you could warm something up to room temperature. From the looks of the crust on these dishes, the food here wasn't very good even before it spoiled. We didn't find anything useful here, huh? Okay. Bunks. This lady seems real nervous about something, although the way she's hopping around on the floor makes it difficult to judge her body language in a regular way. Hi, ma'am. Ribbit. Can you tell me, can you communicate to me in some way? Anything about a curse? Ribbit. Oh geez, please don't do that thing with your neck. Ribbit. Presumably these lockers are where the employees keep their personal possessions. Frog Lady is watching and seems real agitated. Better leave them alone. Some cruel soul tuned this radio to static and then walked away. Huh, there's only one bed. The S on that bunk sign must have been a typo. All of the oil in this lamp has dried up. Okay. Nothing in either of those. Oh. This frog person seems more cheerful about the situation than the others you've seen. Hey, don't touch that. Ah, a talking, man. That's right, I'm a human man and not a frog at all. I have reason to believe that you are actually a frog in a man's body somehow. Well, it's my body now, and I'm keeping it. I don't need any dry-skinned leg walkers coming in here, and holy hop, you've got the missing eye. This big emerald? Yeah, I was just noticing that it looks an awful like the other one. Okay, I absolutely need you to step away from that statue right hopping now. You don't want me to fix it? It looks pretty important. It's very important. It's an ancient idol of the frog god, and when the humans blasphemed against it by removing that eye, this particular human right here, I might add, they were cursed with the great croaking one's righteous fury. Oh, so that's why all the people here and the frogs in that bog nearby. Yeah, you guessed it. It's the old Freaky Friday routine. I don't know what that means. Forget it. The point is, the humans did the crime, so now it's the frogs' time to shine. And if I put the eye back... If you put the eye back, it undoes the curse, yeah. Oh, Hop, I maybe shouldn't have told you that. Those frogs, people, really want their bodies back. Well, so hopping what? Hop them. Jeez, man. Look at your inherent pro-human bias. Take your inherent pro-human bias into account and consider the justice of the situation, okay? These people come rolling in here with their machines and stuff, tear up our land, spill oil and gasoline everywhere, and then they find this ancient religious icon, and the first thing they do is try to loot it. These aren't good people, and they got what's coming to them. Well, what should I do? I'll tell you what to do. Take the other eye out of the statue. What? I don't want to be a frog. No, don't worry about that. It won't curse you. What it'll do is make the original curse permanent. No takebacks, no do-overs. That's justice, tadpole. Tell you what, I'll sweeten the deal. You can keep the emeralds. Heck, I'll make a necklace for you. You like necklaces? I'm still getting used to having a neck myself. Well. Okay, I'll take out the other eye. No deal, I want to fix this. I'll think about it. Or we can lie about all of them. Let's just fix it. Well, considering I haven't really figured out how to work these fists yet, I can't really do much to stop you either way, but I'm warning you, if you put that eye back, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of history, pal. Judging from the smell and the thick cloud of flies, this is not a place for a good time. Let's not go back there unless you really have, unless you have a really good reason. Mess with it. The statue's one remaining eye twinkles in the dim light. It almost looks like it's winking at you, which does not exactly help when it comes to making a decision here. Maybe be a little more explicit about your desires, huh, Frog God? Return the eye. In the interest of full disclosure, I should point out that this is a one-way decision. If you mess with the idol, you won't be able to change your mind afterwards, so don't mess this up. Yeah. Put it back. No, don't. You socket the missing emerald back into the statue. Both eyes flash with a brilliant green light, then dim again. No, no, Hop you, you best. Are you okay? My brain feels slimy. Gross. This guy seems pretty tired. Maybe it's from all that hopping around earlier. Hey, are you, you? The original you? I'm the actual human guy, yeah. My name is Roger. Thanks for your help. I think I would have gone crazy if I'd been trapped as a frog for much longer, although I guess there isn't a lot of practical difference between a crazy frog and a sane one. No problem, Roger. I was happy to help. If that's still true, we have another problem. What's up? Yeah, see, I don't know how much you saw of the situation at this quarry, but it's a really terrible place to work. It does seem kind of run down. It doesn't need to be, that's the thing. We turn a good profit, but the foreman refuses to spend any more on than the absolute minimum on facilities and wages. And meanwhile, he's eating caviar for lunch like he's John D. friggin' Rockefeller. Jeez, you should have seen his face when I showed him that idol. His tongue hit the floor like a cartoon wolf. He's getting yacht catalogs in the mail, while us that do the actual work gotta take turns sleeping in one bed. Oh, that's why there's only one. Don't you quit. We tried to start a union, but he just called in the Pinkertons to rough us up. If we try to quit, it's the same deal. We can't even just walk out because he watches us like a hawk. We decided to take our chances anyways, though. See that tunnel back there on the left? That comes out past the trees. And if we snuck out at night, he wouldn't spot us. We would be out of here and well on our way to town by morning. So you're planning to cross the swamp at night? It's not much of a plan, but it's the only plan we've got. The only problem is that tunnel's full of flies. It's some kind of nest. Ah, you need someone to clear out the tunnels for you. That's about the size of it. And the size of those flies is real big. Swell. I'll need you to kill any maggots in there too, so they don't come back. Ew. Haven't got anything to pay you with, but we'd really appreciate the favor. Well, okay. I kind of want to go talk to the other people here, now that they're back. This man looks puzzled and tired. Everything all right? I'm real thirsty for some reason, which is weird because water is practically the only thing we eat around here. Is it clean at least? Calling it that would be a real stretch, but it's all right. Once your immune system gets acclimated. I grew this mustache to help filter it. Yeesh. This guy has an uncomfortable but hopeful look on his face. Everything all right? My tongue hurts and I've got a gross taste in my mouth. Oh, I've mainly been eating shoe leather though, so that isn't really new. Well, it might be new in a way. What? Nothing. This guy has the look of someone who is desperately trying to stay awake and has been doing so for way too long. Are you okay? That depends on whether you're real or I'm hallucinating you. I'm real. The frog thing though, that was a hallucination, right? No, that was real too. If you're about to tell me my shoelaces are really butterflies, I should warn you, I don't know how I'll react to that. Maybe you should get some sleep. Boy. The foreman looks up from his yacht catalog he's reading and scowls at you. Scram, I'm busy. Hey, leave my painting. Leave my painting alone. Why'd you say safe this just then? Leave my painting safely alone. Somebody got a painting of a safe to cover up his safe. Oh yeah. This lady appears anxious and tired. Everything okay? Oh, I don't like to complain, but I'm so tired. When I took this job as an office assistant, I'd never imagined I'd be in charge of all the cleaning and maintenance around camp as well. And there's so much, and I'm only one person. Geez, that's rough. And now I have these weird dreams about frogs. Honestly, it makes me regret giving up laudanum. Well, hopefully Roger's plan will work out. Can we go in here now? Probably shouldn't go through that stuff while the lady's watching you. I mean, you shouldn't anyways, but the fact that she's watching you provides a more concrete reason than just basic morality. Okay. Let's go clear out that tunnel then. Oh. Wonderful. This part of the wall is bleeding. Great. These flies are large and aggressive. That's 2 understatements for the price of 1. One moment, I'm just checking a text here. Okay. So, oh, they only have 15 health. We can just whack them with these. You won. No unusually large flies on you. A giant pile of squirming maggots. Also a squirming pile of giant maggots. Destroy the horrible thing. You're going to have to stomp them and squelch them, basically individually. It's going to be super disgusting. Would you like to read a full description of that, or shall we just move on? I mean, I don't want the gory details. But I'm hoping that it's more funny than it is gross. Well, let's find out. To be clear, there's no bonus item or achievement or other special reward for reading the gross version, and it's going to be as long as I can stand to make it. Okay, fine. Hit me with your best shot. Okay. It's the sound of me cracking my knuckles. You pick up one of the maggots. It's about the size and shape of a medium to large sweet potato, or yam, depending on where you're from. But instead of brownish orange, it's a sickly white color, ridged like an earthworm, both fleshy and rubbery, and covered in clear, sticky mucus. It wriggles and pulses in your hand. You drop it to the ground and stomp on it. It bursts with a pop squelch sort of sound, spraying lumps of that pallid white flesh and thin greenish yellow juice in a circle around the point of impact. When you lift up your foot again, it sticks to the floor and makes a schloops sound as you peel the sole of your shoe away. I can't help but want to not read the rest of this. You pick up 2 more maggots. They wriggle in your hands as though they can sense what's happening. The mucus covering them and your hands now has the texture and viscosity of slightly thinned down rubber cement. It glistens in the dim light and makes strands and webs between your fingers as you open and close your hands. You drop the 2 maggots on the ground and stomp on them 1 foot each. Splort smack. The spray looks like lumps of old mayonnaise. Ugh. Mixed with the juice from an expired camping glow stick. Ew. The added liquid is making the floor slimy instead of sticky now, and you have to move more carefully to keep your footing. You approach the pile again. We've only killed 3. There's like hundreds of them. Keep going. You pick up another maggot. It sticks to your hand, and as it writhes, you can feel the glue-like mucus pulling softly at your skin. Ugh. The fluids pumping around inside it make it pulse faintly like a slowly beating heart. Ugh. You squeeze it gently at first, then harder. It has the rubbery resistance of a half-filled water balloon. Imagine a white balloon partially filled with warm green milk, and how it would feel to squeeze that in your fist. There's a thin, high-pitched squealing sound as it bulges at the ends and then bursts, spraying you. Why did we squeeze it to death? Spraying you with, by appearances, rancid cottage cheese and antifreeze. Now is when you start to notice the smell. Just gonna do this until I actually can't read any more of this. This is the true story. Once when I was in junior high school, I tripped and skinned my left elbow on the sidewalk, a patch of bleeding road rash a little larger than a quarter. I washed it off and put a bandage over it and forgot about it until a few days later when I noticed the smell because my classmates near me had noticed the smell and wondered aloud where it was coming from. My injury had become infected, and the bandage was soaked with pus. The smell is immediately identifiable, but if you've never smelled it, it smells a lot like rotting apples, about the time they're completely brown and soft and have started to leak and collapse under their own weight. Close your eyes and take a deep breath through your nose, and imagine that smell filling your sinuses, except with an undertone of sour milk. That's what you're smelling now. Keep going. You pick up a maggot in each hand and squeeze them. They thrash in your hands and squeal, a thin, high-pitched noise like a pinhole in an air mattress. You close your eyes as they burst, and warm, clotted innards splatter against your face, then ooze down and drip onto your shirt. You might expect their insides to be cold, as insects are cold-blooded, but in fact, maggots generate a fair amount of heat through metabolism and muscular contraction. In terms of texture, it's like being splattered in the face with a bowl of warm bologna sauce. Or perhaps more accurately, if someone projectile vomited onto your face after eating a bowl of warm bologna sauce. The smell of rotting fruit and sour milk is thick in the air now. Some of the juice got into your mouth. I don't really have a point of comparison for the taste, but I imagine it tastes much the same as it smells. A little more acrid, maybe? I can no longer stop. Oh, God. Killing the maggots in ones and twos is clearly going to take too long, so you jump as high as you can and stomp heavily into the pile with both feet, and the sound it makes is a sort of walk, crunch, splat all at the same time, and you're up to your waist in thrashing white mucus-covered grubs. You lift a foot but lose your balance and fall backwards into the pile. Imagine falling backwards into a ball pit filled with overripe tomatoes and long-expired milk, except the tomatoes are alive and crawling on you. Now they've covered you. They are everywhere. You roll around crushing the squirming maggots beneath you, feeling each distinct burst as the rubbery grubs pop under your weight and spray more yellow-green bile and lumps of white gristle into the growing pool of sweet and sour-smelling slime. Oh, God. Don't keep going, please. Eventually you stop, out of breath but not wanting to breathe. It doesn't matter, because the putrid glop has gotten up your nose and in your mouth and down your throat regardless of your desires. You might guess that you had been accustomed to the smell by now, but no. You still smell it, and you will never stop smelling that rotten fruit stench for the rest of your life. You're lying in a pool of chunky maggot stew covered in the pulp of hundreds of burst grubs, your clothes soaked entirely through the skin with mucus and stinking green juice, every crevice filled with pallid white curds. You are the ungodly avatar of putrescence and filth upon this miserable earth. Anyway, thanks for reading. Hope you enjoyed it. I did not. I did not at all. Got a giant maggot item. Yay. Oh, it's on my head. Why is it on my head? Hey, +1 to each stat. They lied. They lied to me. There was something at the end of that. How does that compare to the one we have? Physical armor and max HP. Spooky armor. Physical armor. Max HP. Yes, add comfy lining to the maggot. And tentacle skin. And duct tape. So now it's +1 to all stats, 3 physical armor, 1 spooky, and 3 max HP. Ugh. It's a back way out of the cave. No, we don't need to do that. We can just go talk to the guy. Hi, how's it? Oh my god, don't come any closer. What are you covered in? Oh, this? Maggot guts. Well, thank you for clearing out the tunnel. Please leave this enclosed space and get some fresh air. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I was saying it more for my benefit. Good luck with your escape plan. Well, can't talk to anybody. So I guess we'll give them some time to get out of there. Now here's a sad sight. An old house abandoned long ago to the swamp, half sunken in the wet muck that passes in these parts for roads. Might have been a nice family lived in that house one time. Now you look at it, it's a shame, is all. Why is the narration speaking like that? Jeepers creepers, there's a bandit shot dead on the floor, right in the foyer. Foyer. Must have come here looking for treasure. From the look of it, he wasn't the only one. Oh, the stink of death hangs heavy in this place, all right. Holy gosh. Sitting room is littered with bodies, 3 more bandits, and the entire defensive line of the Ocean City football team. Obvious what happened. Bandits and football players got sold the same line on buried treasure by some shifty rumor monger. Both groups came here searching for their fortune, ran into each other, and everyone got shot to pieces. Wherever that that double dealer who sold him the tip is now, he'd better be smiling. Oh, he's in the kitchen. Also shot by a bandit. And a linebacker, looks like. But he got him too. Poor pathetic souls. Now the bedroom, the finish line, and here's who made it. The quarterback and the wide receiver. You figure they'd have been on the same side, but they shot each other in the back simultaneously. Wait. Hold on. And there's nothing in here but a single jewelry box on the nightstand. Ain't that funny? All that death for a couple of trinkets. Nothing rots a person like greed. Yoink. Got a jewelry case. Hold back tears and continue where you were going. Jewelry case. Small jewelry box, which will come in handy if you need to move some jewelry from place to place and don't want to wear it on the trip. I think we found one of these before. You dump out the jewelry box contents, which are so exciting that you forgot to keep the box itself. An old wedding ring and a ring of universal health care. Medical Manchego heals your entire party. Forged by socialist dwarves in the heart of an employee-owned mountain. And an old wedding ring. This ring meant a lot to somebody once, but now it's just a small amount of precious metal. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Okay, I fixed it, I think. All of you frogs are just frogs now, right? Right. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit. Okay, they all said ribbit. Great. So... keep searching for him. What if we do a little wandering? You take a wrong turn, and instead of ending up where you wanted to be, you end up at the Monster Shack. You know it's the Monster Shack because of the big sign on it that says Monster Shack. Yeah, let's go there. No skeptics. Hobo code that we can't read. Inside you find not the decayed and crumbling tumble-down shack strewn with ancient wreckage that you were perhaps expecting, but an actually maintained and fairly clean tumble-down shack strewn with 12 to 14-year-old kids. What the? Hey, what are all you kids doing out in the middle of this swamp? Why shouldn't we be? Because it's dangerous here? Yeah, but this is where the monsters are. That's why it's dangerous. Do you believe in monsters, mister? Believe the real monster is man. All 6 kids sigh and roll their eyes at you. Okay, I guess I deserve that. Do you believe in monsters or not? You can't join our monster squad unless you do. Yes, of course I do. It would be a real feat of cognitive dissonance otherwise. You mean, you've seen them? Ooh, for really real? Well, yeah. Which one? Which one? Fishmen? Oh, those don't count. Those guys are just weird jerks. We're looking for real monsters. I don't understand what real means in this context. Since you believe in monsters, you can join our monster squad. Otherwise, we can't tell you anything because it's secret. Okay, I'll join. Maybe this was my destiny. Great. It'll be nice to have someone who can reach the top shelf of these old bookcases we scavenged. Is that it? Am I a member now? Yeah, we used to have a big ceremony where you had to repeat a vow and stuff, but it took too long and we were all busy with our research. Come on in and take a look around. Close that. Hey, a cat. A little sign on the table says Boris only. This cat better be Boris or there's going to be trouble. Boris hisses at you. You must know you're an outsider. Oh well. Dozens of volumes of serial fantasy for young adults and older than average children. For instance, well, there's the Labyrinth of Slime, Part 64. But oh, what's this? Marscapone's Monster or the Modern Provolone. An old-timey fantasy novel about a mad scientist and his doomed quest to create the perfect being out of cheese. Elemental. Summon a cheesy ally. You read the cautionary tale and take the exact wrong lesson from it. Sure, tampering with forces beyond his control killed Marscapone, this Marscapone clown. But you're built different. There's an appendix at the end of the book with a bunch of boring science details. If you memorize the appendix, your summoned elemental's muscle, mysticality, and moxie will be increased by 3. We'll have to look at our XP. Summon a cheesy ally. We have 326. Gonna get the Pecorino Bravado. You radiate both strength and ever-present, powerful cloud of cheesy smell. Constantly damages enemies. +1 muscle. You've got a green thumb, but you've also got a green index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and contextually inappropriately named pinky. We now have all of our basic skills purchased, so now we can dump all the other XP into the books. John Wilson and the Challenge of Slime. This kid is messing around with some kind of weird mechanical contraption. What's this thing you're making? I don't really know yet. I'm just kind of messing around with it because I'm taking a break from my main project. Hey, do you know anything about the Chupanaranja? I try to avoid spicy food. It gives me the hiccups. No, this is a kind of monster that eats oranges. They're supposed to be from way down south, but I know there's one in the swamp somewhere. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of trap I build, it keeps escaping. Want to try? Sure, why not? Great, feel free to use my workbench over there. I've got plenty of spare parts and stuff. If you manage to catch it, bring me back one of its nostrils as proof, okay? A nostril? Not the whole head or pelt? Oh no, I don't want to kill it. Just prove it's out there. Okay then. Build a trap. You grab some scrap metal from the bench and construct a very basic animal trap. Would you like to make any refinements? Yes, all of these. Tweak the trigger sensitivity. Grab a pair of needle nose pliers and carefully adjust the sensitivity of the trigger. Grab a wrench and tighten the trap's main spring. Grab a screwdriver and carefully adjust the torque. You connect a battery to a couple of random spots on the trap. That's sure to accomplish something. And add a fuse. You hook up a fuse, just in case. That's good enough. You carefully pick up the trap and then carelessly shove it into your sack. Chupanaranja trap. Let's go hunting. This kid is peering at a terrarium filled with flies and occasionally tapping on the glass. Hi there. Are you, into flies? Well, kinda. They're interesting once you get over the gross factor, but mostly I'm just studying these because I'm really interested. What I'm really interested in is the flyman. The flyman? Yeah, or maybe the manfly. I haven't decided which way is better yet. So what is the manfly and or flyman? He's a scientist that moved into the old Flemberg place. I did a little spying on him, and I think he's trying to turn himself into a giant fly. Why would anyone want to do that? I don't know. That's what's so interesting about him. She looks at her feet and blushes a little. Also, he's really handsome. For now, you mean? Well, yeah, I'd really like to meet him, but I'm too shy. Can you help me out? Sure. Oh, thank you. Here, I'll show you where the house is. If you meet him, could you, bring me back a souvenir? Like what? Maybe, one of his chest hairs? Sure. This guy gonna look like Jeff Goldblum or something? This kid has a baseball cap with a sinister looking triangle on it and is messing around with an elaborate homemade radio. Hi there. Hi. Say, you're a grown-up. Can you help me with something? I'm not buying you any cigarettes. No. There's this swamp lady named Barbara Yagara. Barbara Yagara. Everybody says she's just a fairy tale, but I know she's real because I've seen her hut right here in this swamp. But I don't know if she's the sort of swamp lady who eats kids or not. Swamp lady? Well, I don't want to call her a swamp witch or a swamp hag or stuff like that. It would be mean to judge her that way without even having met her. Sheesh. Kids these days. Alright, I'll check her out for you. Great, thanks. Here, I'll mark her hut on your sponge map. Anyway, bring back a feather to prove you met her, okay? She has feathers? I mean, one from her pet birds. The stories say she has a ton of them. How will you know it's not just an ordinary feather I found somewhere? Well, you seem like a trustworthy person. Then why do you need me to bring proof at all? Because that's how quests work. Come on. What's up with the radio? What's the radio for? Oh, this isn't related to Barbara Yargara or anything. I'm just trying to find a station so we can get some music in here. The reception in the swamp is terrible, though. I see. Nice hat. What's the triangle mean? Thanks. It's the Great Pyramids. One of them, anyway. Ever seen them? Only on your hat, not personally. Well, maybe someday you will. Sure, who knows. A big leather-bound tome sits on a pedestal here. What's this book? A list of vampire nests. It's like 400 pages long. Lots of vampires in this swamp. If you want to help, you can always go clear some of them out. Oh, there's gator men, too. Quite a group. No, there's there's our constant damage ability going off. Swamp Gas Swampire. Vampire Flesh Thief. Vampire Colonel. Swampire Bloodlegger. And a Turned Gatorman. 26 damage. Another nest of bloodsuckers cleaned out. White suit pants. Hollow gator tooth. Skeeter grows stronger. The weapon. Vampirism does strange things to your teeth, and if your teeth were huge to begin with, there's a lot more room for strangeness. 5 physical damage. Heals you for 3. White suit pants. They look nice, but they're tainted with both evil and the sort of mundane stuff pants usually get tainted with. Moxie and meat drops. This kid is preoccupied with repeatedly smelling 2 large test tubes. What have you got there? Perfume samples? Kinda. This is a combination of hydrogen sulfide and methane. Common swamp gas, basically. Ew, what's the other one? Coffee, to clear the swamp gas smell out of my nose. Huh. Okay. So, why? I'm researching a creature known as the Smell-o-the-Wisp. I've only run into it once, but I have a good memory for smells, so I figured if I could match its smell, that particular chemical mix will tell me more about it. The smell of the what? Wisp. It's a cloud of intelligent swamp gas. Some people say it's a ghost of a dead chili cook-off judge, but I think there's probably a more scientific explanation. If you're telling me you're looking for an intelligent the girl gestures sternly at the sign over her workbench. No fart jokes. Oh, come on. It's a Smell-o-the-Wisp. No. Well, I don't know what to say then. If you're willing to help me instead of making puerile goofs, I could really use a sample to analyze. Okay, I'll go find one. Great, thank you. Here, take this. It should help you track the thing down. Got a nose trumpet. I just smell through this? Yeah, just follow your nose. Alrighty then. Can I use your equipment to make potions? Sure, just don't disturb any of my smells. This kid is studying far more intently than you ever did at his age. What are you reading? It's about Neanderthals and the other early hominids. Unfortunately, I'm not finding anything useful in here. What are you looking for? A honey ape. The what now? You never heard of it? It's a very famous monster. It's a hairy primate, or primate-like creature that's smaller than a human, but with human-sized hands. Most of the legends call it Big Hands, but I'm pretty sure the Big Hands legend and the reports of honey ape sightings are referring to the same cryptid. That's interesting. I know it lives around here somewhere, I just haven't been able to find it yet. You look for it. That would be excellent, thank you. Here, I found some of its prints and made a tracing. This might help you track it down. Try and get one of its fingernails as proof. How will a fingernail be proof? Because it'll be as big as a human fingernail, obviously. Alright. This kid is, well, he's eating something. Hi there. Hi. I don't mean to be rude, but what's your deal, kid? I'm a moss man. You are, huh? Okay, well, not really, but I want to be a moss man when I grow up. That's why I'm eating all this fertilizer. It's actually just cornflakes. I'm just pretending. Okay, whew. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Some people say I'm crazy for believing in the Moss Man, though, but I know he's real. I've seen him. What's a Moss Man? A man made of moss? Yep, he's all fuzzy and green. It's so neat. Oh, hey, you should go see him for yourself. Then if you bring back proof he exists, people won't think I'm weird anymore. Well, they might. Sure, I'll go have a look. Great. Here, I'll mark the place on your map. It's called Moss Rock Grotto. If you see him, try to bring back some moss as proof, okay? Okay. Whole bunch of quests out of there, huh? Look at all these places. Let's start with Barbara's hut. Right here. That's odd. A patch of muddy ground has a lot of tracks in it that look like human handprints, except for the fact that humans don't normally walk around on their hands. Maybe there was an acrobat convention in the middle of the swamp. Oh. What was that thing that one kid was talking about? The honey ape? Maybe there's something to that after all. Follow the tracks. Geez, the more you look, the more of a confusing, trampled mess these tracks are. It seems like there are different sets of tracks heading in different directions. How many thumbs did he say this thing has again? On one hand? I mean, he said they're human hands, right? Well, I don't remember him saying anything about thumbs. 1? How many fingers was it? 4? You follow the prints to a clearing in the middle of a small stand of trees, and to your surprise you find an animal pretty much like the honey ape the kid described, like a somewhat larger chimpanzee or a very small gorilla, but with disproportionately large and human-like hands. It's sitting on the ground, casually drinking out of a beehive, and doesn't seem to notice you yet. Sneak up on it. You successfully creep up to the unsuspecting primate, but you run out of trees and brush to hide in before you get close enough to really do anything. Outsmarted. You pick up a rock and chuck it into the underbrush on the other side of the clearing. The honey ape stiffens at the noise and starts scanning for predators in that direction. Grab it. You leap on the small primate and wrestle it to the ground, screeching loudly. I mean, the primate is screeching. No, let's be fair, you both are. Once you get it pinned, you grab it by the wrist and yank off one of its long, untrimmed fingernails, which, thinking about that now, makes me wince, and I've written some pretty horrible stuff in this game alone. With that horrible deed accomplished, you let the creature loose, and it runs screaming into the swamp. Congratulations on successfully stalking, outsmarting, and assaulting a small, weird ape. Thanks. Well, there's one. This isn't so much a bird bath as a bird dirtier. Fish in it. A mucky wormfish. A slithering puke fish. A greenish brown muck eel. More hobo code we can't read. This cattail looks different from most of the others. Wow, a Typha panthera. You extract the powerful chemicals from the plant's majestic fringe. Powerful grit and impenetrable shellac. That wasn't letting me close that for some reason. You cautiously enter the spooky hut and discover it's actually really nice inside. A young woman in a rather twig-oriented hat greets you. Oh, hello. Please come in. I don't get many visitors apart from the birds. I might be in the wrong place. Are you Barbara Yargara? That's correct. And you are? I'm Turnigus Carter. A pleasure. Come in, come in. Yargara smiles pleasantly. This is a really nice house. To be honest, I was expecting everything to be a lot more, you know, witchy. Oh, you've heard the old stories. Huh. Those were about my granny. She was really into croning. Croning? Being a crone. You know, all the really old traditional magic stuff. She lived to be nearly 200 years old. When she passed, she left me this house and all her birds and so on. I see. Is that why you're here? Chasing the old legends of Barbara Yargara? Well, not exactly. I met a kid who was into the old stories, but he was afraid he might be a child-eating kind of witch, so he sent me instead. Huh, that's adorable. I don't think I've ever eaten a child, but there's no telling what was in Granny's stews. I'm not sure if that was meant to be a joke or... Sure! Anyway, I'm supposed to take back a feather. To prove I've met you. Okay. I can't just give you one, though. Are you sure? Yeah, sorry. I have to give you some kind of test first. It's a traditional thing. What sort of test? Well, there's a lot of work keeping this room clean, what with the birds and all. I'm getting behind on my other chores. Ugh, chores. Or you could fight me. Fight you? Granny trained all these birds to be killers, but I haven't exactly been out looking for trouble like she used to do. So they could use some exercise, you know? Sure, let's fight then. Wow. It's a lot of birds. Decent amount of health on them. Woo. Can't hurt her until they're gone, I guess. Let's summon our cheese buddy. Delightful. And just start hurling our cheese. And we'll take out whoever's got the most health. Skeeter. They're all attacking Skeeter. Oh, damages everyone on our side. All three of these. Let's get this one then. Oof. Well, good effort. The Elemental. Again, heal a target for 9. Or punch a foe for 9. Well, we could hit an 8. Okay, we're going to be practicing that. Something. Reduce all foes' mysticality by 4. Nah. Spooky damage. A lot of bleed. Another one of these. And 9 damage. That was my... don't have enough time to read for little things. Good job, you win. You won. Barbara dusts herself and tends to her bird's wounds. Wow, nice job. That was a real workout. Here you go. You earned it. Got her feather and a jaunty feather. +3 range damage to a hat. Barbara's well-maintained arcane oven. You probably shouldn't mess with this trapdoor without Barbara's permission, and probably all of her birds' permission too. This chess set is nothing but rooks on one side, and nothing but doves on the other. Okay. A bed with a feather pillow. Barbara's vanity. Change to this face for a little bit. Matches our new hat. Do some new shoes. Pretty good. A small bird bath. Huh, I've never seen an indoor bird bath before. Oh, that was a gift. It's too small for my birds, though. If you like it, you can have it. Thanks. What? You really should have dumped the water out before you started carrying it around. Okay. Barbara does not appear to have set out a feast for her crows. Barbara is humming a little tune to her birds. Huh. You okay? No, I can't seem to get into her. The trap door in there. Moss Rock Grotto. A black shape looms into view. At first, it's difficult to make out from the silhouette, but it seems to be a massive shadow brute. It doesn't immediately react to your presence. Perhaps it's facing away, although again, it's hard to tell. From its movements, it seems to be eating something. Then another shape, a flappy, bat-winged shape, unfurls itself on the brute's shoulder and screeches noisily at you. The brute starts to turn around. Let's try fighting it. Woo. 17. Doesn't have a ton of health. 15 spooky damage, reduces stats by 5. Can't take more than 5 at a time. You won. You successfully banished the horrible creature back to where it came from. If only that were a little further away. All the items on this table are either made of or covered in moss. Well, if it isn't the moss man that kid was talking about, you've got a real unusual coincidence here. He doesn't exactly look fearsome, but if you're looking for a fight, it might be best to take the advantage of surprise. Excuse me, are you a moss man? Yep, that's me, Clyde Mossman. Pleased to meet you. Hi, I'm Turnigus Carter. Welcome to my humble abode. I ain't get many visitors, well, except some weird kid I sometimes see peeking around the trees. Are you actually Moss, ma'am? I ain't quite sure I get your meaning. That's my last name. Like I said. Yeah, but are you a human person or some kind of moss swamp creature? I get that this is a strange and possibly rude question. Well, I weren't always like this, but I've been living in this swamp a long time. just kind of dug in and got comfortable. The moss just sort of grows out of me natural-like now, instead of hair. I guess it happened so gradual, and I got so accustomed to it, it didn't occur to me to question it. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to give you some kind of philosophical crisis. No apology necessary, friend, but it is something I'm going to be chewing on for a while. Can I, have some of your moss? Excuse me? You drop an existential bombshell on me and now you're asking for part of my body? I'm not really in top social form today, I guess. I do need some of that moss, though. Well, I tell you what, help me solve this puzzle of whether I'm a man or monster, and I'll give you some moss. Well, let me have a look. Oh yeah, this is, Sphagnum Decidiosi. What's that when it's at home? Yeah, it's sort of a moss version of a fungal parasite. It grows on animals that don't move around much, like sloths, and steals the energy and nutrients that would otherwise be used to make hair. Basically harmless. Well, that's a relief. If you ever feel a strong urge to get yourself eaten by wolves, though, I recommend trying to ignore that. Gotcha. So this means I'm a regular human? Well, yeah. With an asterisk next to regular, maybe. But yeah. That sure is a relief. Let me get you some of this moss, like I promised. He peels off part of his mustache and hands it to you. Moss man's mustache. Thanks. Say, are you a hobo? Well, ain't the thing about hobos that they're always on the move? I feel like I'm practically the opposite of a hobo. I happen to know a group of hobos who have settled down and built themselves a pretty nice camp. Bet you'd be welcome there if you're interested. Well, now, I do value my solitude, but I certainly couldn't do any harm to visit and see. In fact, I do believe I'm due for a vacation. You mark the location of the hobo camp on Clyde's map, and he heads off into the swamp with a wave. Ooh, this rock is covered in eastern twinkly mana moss. You squeeze the moss and collect the magical dribblings. Rocks in that direction are not mossy enough to investigate. Arf, arf. What's up, D'Artagnan? Arf, arf, arf. I don't know what you're saying. Moxie increases. Not the most thrilling of interactions. But you got a stat increase. Man, there's a lot of empty space here. In a gloomy grove of sunken cypress trees, a well-muscled woman stands waist-deep in the opaque bog. Her hands rest on the pommel of a sword, its blade lodged in the muck. It catches your eye because it's not the type of thing you tend to see on the East Coast. What sword is that? This is the blade of your great aunt. Many moons ago, it was entrusted to my family for safekeeping. Now it is yours to reclaim for a cost. What great aunt? Have you forgotten your lineage, boy? Time was, every tavern and meeting house kept a place by the fire for Hilda Carter. What's the cost? In time I shall ask of you a boon, and you shall oblige to grant it. Sure, I could do a boon. Let's have the sword. The sword has a satisfying heft. You can see why your great aunt liked it so much, but with it comes something quite unsatisfying, something that makes you feel almost queasy, and a little cursed. Got swamp geese. What's this? It's a simple magic, binding you to your oath until such a time as I need your service. On that day I will find you. Can't we just do it now? But she's gone, slipped away into the dark waters of the swamp. Better be a good sword. It's a great sword. Better be a good great sword. Now what did that do to us? Oh, great. This geese really grinds your gears. Perhaps that lady from the swamp will tell you soon about the boon she wants to exchange in this thing's removal. Some viscous goo has rendered this house entirely decorative. The mailbox says Flemberg on the side. You casually commit a federal crime. You can't open the letter because you... Oh, yeah. We still don't have a way to do this. Oh. Great aunt's great sword. You may or may not have a great aunt, but nobody can deny you have a great sword. Muscle plus 5 physical. Not even that good. It's just 5 physical damage. A gas generator is providing power to the barn in exchange for pastoral ambiance. I don't know what I expected, but it was not that. Looks like Flemberg is a fan of crates and barrels. A very small man inside the machine is clearly trying to get your attention. Hi, I'm Turnigus. Do you need help? I absolutely need help, thank you. My name is Flemberg, Paul Flemberg. I moved back into my parents' old house here because nobody would give me a lab space for my experiments. Turned out an assistant would have also been nice to have. What are you trying to do? Improve myself. You know, better, faster, stronger. At least one of those. But I put the wrong setting on the control console and all that happened was I shrank. You can't just change the setting. The door doesn't open from the inside. But, yeah, I didn't think it through. Okay, well, I could just let you out. No. Opening the door will depolarize the booth, and it takes months for the field emitter to recharge. Not to mention the fact that I'd have to collect all new samples of genetic material, so the door can only be opened once. Geez, you really didn't think this through. What should I do then? You'll have to fix the settings on the console. What should I set it to? Clearly, if I knew that, I wouldn't have put the wrong ones in myself. Just make me better before you open the door. Better than what? Better than a normal guy. I don't know. I spent so long thinking about how I could build this machine, I didn't have any time left to think about why I built it. I'll see what I can do. A glass case with 2 giant, horrible flies in it. A bench of welding tools and supplies. This shelf contains a lot of things that you don't know what they are or what they do. Workbench covered in tools. Next to the workbench is a pile of much smaller workbenches. Take one. There are so many, he surely wouldn't mind. Flemberg must have been working on miniaturization technology before he developed his weird fly obsession. If this guy cared about these tools, he probably wouldn't have left them on the floor. Mini blowtorch. Disposable ratchet. Increase an ally's stats by 3. Or reduce an enemy's by 3. Adds +1 on fire to a weapon. Don't mind if I do. Hefty and sharpened. Chunk of lead. Oh, I didn't even look at Bess. This was both the foreman's gun and his wife. Sharpening stone. We could get this to 7. That'll be an upgrade. And then we could put the blowtorch on it. You weld the blowtorch to the sharpened hefty froggen fork using a different blowtorch, which you borrow from somebody who walked by at the exact right time. Flamin' sharpened hefty froggin' fork. 7 physical damage, causes on fire. Heals us for 3. Hey, how's it going? Barely hanging in there. The crazy controls for this contraption mess with them. The screen above the levers reads body Flemberg, head Flemberg, lungs Flemberg, pituitary fly, hat fly. Flip the hat lever. Now it is Flemberg. Now he's all Flemberg. So he wants something to be improved. Hat lever? Why is there a hat lever? Is it only him or fly? Yeah. We could turn him into a human-sized fly, I bet, if we did a Flemberg pituitary, but fly everything else. Or we could just give him the head of a fly. Or we could just do hat. Kind of funny in its own way. He seems to be 100% Flemberg at this point. Okay, well, this is just the normal me. Like, before I even got in here. This is exactly what I do not want. Oh, right, you told me that. Body lever. Step away. Oh, God. Contains a huge fly with Flemberg's head. Flemberg is now a giant fly with a human head. Oh, God. 1 sec, I'll try again. No, wait, this one's actually pretty great. What? I can fly, and I have the proportionate strength of a fly scaled up to a human size. What's not to love? Now what? I want to see what else we can do to him. Head. Step away. The horrible fly-headed man is buzzing loudly and repeatedly punching the glass. He's wearing a nice hat. Bzz, bzz. Oh, gross. He's clawing violently at the window and buzzing angrily. Fortunately, unbreakable glass was the one thing he did think through. Now what? Fly lungs? Flemberg flaps his mouth a few times, but doesn't seem to be able to speak. The way he's breathing seems pretty uncomfortable too. Well, don't do that then. And this one just makes him small. But now he has a hat. Flemberg looks at you, points at you, then points at the console. What happens if we do all fly? And also hat. The machine contains a small fly. He's wearing a nice hat. I think it's just a regular fly in there. He buzzes randomly around the booth. Yep. Give him the head of a Flemberg. How does this work for you? He flies around in agitated little circles, but doesn't say anything. Whoops. This is this is great. Are you serious? Yeah, look at me go. Okay, he likes that one. So he likes having the body of a fly keeping his own head. His size he doesn't really care about. Let's make him this. I like this one a lot. I very much do not understand why that would be the case. I'm a talking fly. I can be the fly on the wall that everyone wants to be. I don't think that phrase was meant to be taken so literally. Open it. You open the door and Flemberg flies out of the booth. Aha, woo, look at me go. Before you leave, I need a chest hair from you. What? No, don't bother telling me. I hope you have a real tiny pair of tweezers. Yeah, no problem. Got the fly man's chest hair. With that settled, he flies away, whooping excitedly. Wonderful. Okay. Let's do a little bit of wandering out here. As you pick your way through the muck of the swamp, you encounter one of those newfangled diagonal half box cars. Wait a minute, there's no such thing as a diagonal half box car. It's just a regular box car, half sunk into the swamp. Go there now. An observation. It's time to locomote your caboose somewhere else. Or you say, coach. This looks very dangerous. Climb in anyways. Hello? It's a diagonal hobo, although I suppose from your perspective he looks normal. Oh, hi. Sorry, they're speaking in italics. Oh, hi. Sorry I didn't know anyone was living here. I suppose I should stop being surprised by that. That's quite alright. I'm Pepperidge Dauphin. Welcome to my humble abode. Thanks, I'm Turnigus Carter. Nice boxcar you got here, apart from it being a little steep. Steep? Oh, yes. You know, I've grown so accustomed to the tilt I hardly notice it anymore, apart from when I try to play marbles. Your game really must be going downhill. Yes, quite. Your accent is different from most hobos I've met. Well, my family is from old money, you see. How old? Old enough that it all turned to dust. All that remains is a rambling old manor house that I can't afford to maintain, so I decided this would be a splendid opportunity to expand my horizons. Horizon is typically a little more level. Why are you living in a boxcar in the swamp? Well, to be honest, it's been difficult to part with the old estate. This is as far as I've been able to get before the homesickness becomes overwhelming. Ah, how bittersweet. Indeed. I wondered, could you spare the time to help me? I could be done with this place if I had a proper souvenir, specifically my father's collection of antique padlocks. And you can't get them yourself because of the memories? It's more the lack of memories. I've forgotten where the keys are. Sure, I'll help you. Thank you. There are 11 locks altogether. Except they won't actually be all together, will they? I'm afraid not, no. Here, I'll mark the location of the house on your... Is this a sponge? There's also something I should tell you about the house. Oh good, here it comes. I just wanted to let you know there aren't any ghosts haunting the property. There aren't any? God. The word that would have been italicized is not italicized. That's correct, not a one. My family never suffered any violent or traumatic deaths. This was something you felt you had to warn me about? Not really a warning as such, I just thought you might like to know. Huh. Well, okay. Thanks. I'll be back with your 11 padlocks. You are perplexed by this hobo's decision to sleep with his head pointed downhill. These poetry books are full of slant rhymes. Everything has predictably fallen off this table. This would fail a railroad safety inspection for at least 2 reasons. Here is his house. You look back, D'Artagnan... Oh, arf, grr. You look back, D'Artagnan has somehow gotten entangled in a clump of thorny-looking, tough-looking vines. Oh geez, hang on buddy, with a growl, D'Artagnan starts chomping and tearing at the vines and soon extricates himself with a self-satisfied, well, not a facial expression, but, well, anyway. Wow, nice job. You've really developed some strong teeth. I sure hope you aren't continuously mutating and evolving into some kind of monstrous beast that's going to become a problem in the future, and also that my saying that won't turn out to be some kind of ironic foreshadowing. Arf, arf. His chomp now deals 3 more damage. The old Dauphin house. Another one of those Gatorman campsites. Maybe the one who kidnapped Charles came this way. That's another Gatorman camp, alright. And there's 4 more wrenches around here. 31, 32s. How do you say that? 30 tooths? 30 seconds? 63 64ths? Yeah, I guess it would be 30 seconds. 31 30 seconds? 127 128ths. And 155 156ths. One. Charles must be carrying one heck of a toolbox. The wrenches are laid out in the shape of an arrow pointing at a nearby hill. From the top of the hill, you can see some sort of fort in the distance, apparently hammered together out of rusty scrap metal. That's got to be where the Gatorman took him. You grab all the wrenches and combine them with the other ones he dropped to complete the set. Okay. Well, that's good. That means we're very close to finally tracking him down. This tree has a hole in it. Conveniently, the hole is slightly larger than your hand. Honestly, for what is ostensibly a horror game, we've had way too few opportunities for you to stick your hand into a suspicious dark hole. Reach in. You slowly reach inside the dark hole. It's damp and ominous. And then, you find a key. Sorry, that scream wasn't really justified. Got a padlock key. Mossy. One of those picket fences that that's given Will Hunter such trouble. Paint it. Looks pretty clean. Sure does. It boggles your mind how unmoored you'd have to be to build a manor in this defenseless place, though you'd have to admire the resources they marshaled to do so. Looks like this car was left to rot. Unfortunately, it hasn't yet rotted enough for you to get past the lock. You unlock the car, destroying the hangar in the process. You search the car. It's empty except for the glove box, which turns out to actually be a key box. The key inside is not the key for this car, and if you have a sense of humor like mine, you'll agree that this is a real shame. This door is padlocked. Click, you pop the lock off, and the door unlatches with an ominous creak. Got a recovered padlock. These cinder blocks are totally waterlogged. One of the bricks has the telltale glow of mana moss infestation. You drain the moss of its glowing juices. A workbench covered with tools, all rusted past the point of usefulness, even as bludgeons. Some say the most powerful tool is a padlock. It's really more the opposite of a tool, though, because it obstructs rather than facilitates what you're trying to do. Had a bit of a think over that one. old dolphin never got sick of tires. The front door of Dolphin Manor is unlocked. Apparently, Mr. Dolphin's love of padlocks was unrelated to basic home security. What do we got going on here? Calpurnia Dolphin died of natural causes. Mopey Dolphin died of natural causes. Hortense Dolphin died of natural causes. Beasley Dolphin, same. Goldilocks Dolphin, same. Fansworth's Dolphin. It's a whole lot of natural... Why do they list them? Why do they list how they died? This couch faces the wall. It must have been the Dolphin's family's punishment couch. This door is padlocked. The basement of this swamp house is predictably completely flooded. You'll need some kind of breathing apparatus if you want to go down there. Fancy store-bought radio. A fancy serving cart. It is one of those serving carts they use in posh hotels and in posh manor houses, apparently, with a big silver platter covered with a dome-shaped lid, just the right size to hide a severed head or a roast of some kind. You cautiously reach out and grip the handle, then take a deep breath. Slowly, you lift the lid, tilting your head to peek underneath. Oh, it's empty. Well. Enough fine china to feed an army, if only you could get past the padlock, and if you were to in command of the world's hoity-toityest military. A clean and well-lighted corner. No padlocks on the dinner table. That is both a rule and an observation. In Pepperidge's father's house, there are many drawers. What about the sink? Cut an old orange peel. A soggy dish rag. And an old orange peel again. Oops. Lots of stuff. Dire corn holder. Junk mail, fuse. And one of the padlocks. 2. The corn holder is a melee weapon. A regular corn holder is a tiny vampire that drinks corn cob juice instead of blood. A dire one also drinks blood. Deals physical damage and heals. The melee version of what we have. The oven is full of gross, steamy swamp worms. Ugh. Why? One of those old fridges that people sometimes got locked into accidentally and asphyxiated. Oh wait, that's still all fridges these days. Maybe that's why it's padlocked. Click. The fridge is empty of both expired food and expired hide and seekers. Excuse me. You do find a key inexplicably frozen into a block of ice, though. What? The humidity has turned most of these dry goods into stale goods. See if there's anything good left. Almost nothing has escaped the moisture. Almost. Can of fruit cocktail. Increases all of our stats by 1. Unfortunately, breakfast has not been served. Padlocked. The dolphins used one toilet at a time, just like the rest of us. What? Doesn't work. Maybe something's wrong in the tank. Well, there's your problem. There's a key stuck to the float valve hinge flange. Wet key. Flush it. Hooray! XP. This medicine cabinet is securely locked. Maybe it's full of deadly poisons. This bathtub is full of steaming blood. Oh no, wait. The red is just the light coming through the stained glass rose hanging in the bathroom window. That doesn't really explain why the water is still hot, though. Drop in the frozen key. The nice warm bath causes the ice to relax, and it drops the key with a grateful sigh. It's one way to describe that. Fish in it. Glob of wet hair. Soggy used bandage. And another glob of wet hair. Heal for 10, remove on fire. You hope, probably in vain, that the water has washed off some of the previous owner's fluids. Ew. Wet key unlocks this door. Oh, good lord. Some dirt in a planter where presumably a plant in a planter once stood. Padlocked. Not padlocked, and the music stopped. The toy box is disappointingly empty. Not even a BB gun or a creepy doll. Maybe the doll is hiding elsewhere. This nightstand has one empty drawer and one locked drawer. An eerie ghostly sound is coming from inside. A comfortable looking bed, free of blood stains or vaguely person-shaped lumps under the blanket. Ooh, shiny. Somebody must have traded in a key-shaped tooth. Wardrobes are very important in old houses like this that didn't have built-in closets to keep skeletons in. You relieve the furniture of its contents, none of which are yet skeletal unless you count the coat hanger. Work pants. Or physical armor. A shelf full of books about sports. The titles are too long for me to even tell you what they are. Nothing's hiding underneath the bed except dust. This is a spooky, unhaunted house. There's a little jewelry box on this table. It contains, to your non-surprise, jewelry. Perfectly normal jewelry. When you're wearing this, lightning always rides shotgun. Makes it dangerous to be near you in combat. This one Moxie, 30% to item drops. Doesn't make you better at fighting, just makes you look better while doing so. The fancy nightstand's contents are disappointingly non-fancy. Paperclip and a fuse. And a key. This bed looks inviting, but nobody seems to have accepted the invitation for quite some time. The cedar chest is locked and easily big enough to hide a skeleton in, or even a whole body. It's a fancy vanity, which appeals to your pedestrian vanity. There's some leftover makeup in one of the drawers. Radium rouge. The convenient thing about products with radium in them is that they're easy to find in the darkness of the coffin they'll ultimately put you in. Oh, the attic. Lots of boxes, but none of them say padlocks on them, and you're not motivated to search them otherwise. Who knows what grisly things you'll find. You assume that Dauphin was superstitious enough not to store any padlocks on the east side of his attic. That's how you get family curses, probably. This workbench is strewn with bits and gizmos, and bits of gizmos. Amongst all that, you find what looks like a miniature radio carved from driftwood. A radio small enough to carry? Amazing. Maybe if you listen to it periodically, it'll warn you about nearby monsters that are actually manifestations of your repressed traumas. Or maybe it'll just give you the baseball scores. Handmade radio. Quest item. Build a better radio and the world will be a path to your door. A better one than this one, I mean. You hold up the radio to your ear. The boy's voice asks, "Gee, Pop, where'd you get all that treasure? Is it a cursed pirate horde stolen from the ruins of an ancient civilization?" No, son, nothing like that. Just sound investments in perfectly normal and moral financial markets. Those voices, so eerie. Oh. You hold the radio up to your ear. A ghostly voice wails, "Who stole my golden arm?" Then a boy's voice says, "Oh, come on, sis. Don't you know any other ghost stories? That's the only one you ever tell." You hold up the radio to your ear. You hear a man's voice scolding angrily. "For goodness sakes, Agnes, you're obsessed. Obsessed with taping things to the backs of paintings, just like your aunt, One-Eyed Calpurnia Dolphin. You'll probably die peacefully in your sleep, just like she did." So eerie. Obsessed with taping things to the backs of paintings. You hear a little girl's voice shout, "Mom, Mom, a terrible ghoul stole the key to my nightstand." A woman replies, "Now, dear, don't call your brother Ralphie a terrible ghoul. He probably hid the key in the potted plant in the hallway like he always does." You dig around in the dirt and find a key. So predictable, that Ralphie. What was this one again? Who stole my golden arm? Oh, space. "Remember, Ralphie, you mustn't ever open the door to strangers." The boy's voice replies, "Okay, Mom, because it might be a kidnapper or a murderer, right? Oh, I'm sure that would never happen, but it might be a vacuum cleaner salesman, and we already have one." The man's voice says, "Ralphie, why on earth do you keep flushing this fish zester down the commode? Have you been possessed by some otherworldly or demonic force?" "No, Dad, I just thought it would be a funny place to hide it," comes the reply. Please be careful around the kitchen knives. They're very sharp. I keep them that way because, counterintuitive though it may be, dull knives actually cause more accidents. Yes, Mother, I understand. Nothing to interact with here. What are we at for padlock? 6? What do we need? 11? Clarence, I'm so grateful that our family has never suffered from supernatural curses, serial murder, demonic corruption, or plague. I agree, dear. We have certainly been fortunate and doubtless will remain so. A woman's voice gasps, "Oh my, Clarence, why are you lying on the floor under your workbench? Are you alright? Were you attacked by a burglar or an axe murderer?" "Calm down, Agnes, I'm fine. I'm just practicing changing the oil to our car." There's one. Could this be one-eyed Aunt Calpurnia, considering the eye patch and the fact that the painting is labeled Calpurnia Dolphin? Find a key taped to the taped to the back. I think we have that already. Ralphie's still, and we got that one. Oh, but that was to the nightstand. Oh, and we got this one. There's a veil here, and beyond the veil, nothing. Perfumed wedding veil. Moxie and stench armor. This will come in handy if you ever decide to save money by getting married at the city dump. There's a creepy music box inside this drawer. Deal your moxie and spooky damage to all combatants. This is a creepy music box, which is to say it's a music box. Is there anything else up here? No. What do we... Oh. This medicine cabinet is securely locked. Maybe it's full of deadly poisons. Got a gauze pad, mercury eye drops. Some kind of breathing apparatus. It doesn't work. Nor does that. Careful around the knives. Vacuum cleaner. What are we missing now? Here we go. Got a rusty key. The tool chest contains one tool and one key, which I guess also counts as a tool, albeit an extremely specific one. So 2 tools then. And a saw. Melee weapon. Oh geez, is that blood all over the... Oh no, it's just rust. Never mind. Rusty key. We go to this. You open the cabinet door and examine the stacks of bona fide china. Wait, bone china? Perhaps human bone china? Oh no, the brand mark on the bottom is pretty well known company, so probably not. Anyway, you find a really fancy hat. Fine china helmet. +4 to magical weapon attacks. That's 11 padlocks. That's what we needed, right? I sure hope so, because I think we're out of keys. Yeah, we don't have any left. Gotta be it. Here's the Gatorman Fortress. So these were going to this guy. A spot of color in this drab swamp catches your eye, and you find a pile of withered orange husks in front of a shallow cave. This must be the lair of the Chupanaranja. Fortunately, it isn't home right now, or maybe since you aren't an orange, it wouldn't be dangerous to you anyway. This almost certainly isn't true. You set your trap and hide behind a nearby bush to wait for your prey. After a while, you start to get very bored and remember that people who hunt with traps typically don't sit and wait for their prey to show up. Instead, they leave and come back later. It's kind of the whole point of animal traps. I have your padlocks. Hi, Pepperidge. Hello, Turnigus. What can I do for you? Found your father's padlocks. Thank you so much. You didn't run into my grandmother by any chance, did you? What? No. Was she supposed to be there? No, that would have been highly unusual if she had been, considering she died more than 30 years ago. Here's your padlocks. Marvelous. Once I've reaccustomed myself to standing on level ground, I'll be on my way. There's a big hobo camp near Ocean City that you might be interested in. I can give you directions. Oh, excellent. I think I will head that way now. Perhaps I will see you there? Perhaps. So, I'd like to drop back by the quarry to see what's going on there since we've been doing other stuff. You're browsing your way through the swamp, taking a sniff through your nose trumpet now and then. This swamp smells terrible, and I mean, a swamp is literally just standing water and rotting compost, the biome, so it's not like that's news or anything. But you wouldn't be surprised if this swamp was at least nominated for the world's worst smelling swamp. Oh my god, God in heaven, what is that? Something smells like a rotten egg mated with a tire fire, and the egg the tire fire laid also went rotten. Squinting through the tears, you see a patch of brown air hovering nearby. That must be the smell-o'-the-wisp that kid was looking for. You follow at a safe distance as the smell-o'-the-wisp bobs and weaves through the fetid marsh. Eventually it comes to rest in a rotting tree stump, and you sneak up quietly behind it. Just as you're about to grab a sample, 3 gator men casually stand up from where they're crouched in the knee-deep water around you. Ah, jeez. Don't you think it's a lovely day? The gator men beat the hell out of you. Oh, by the time you wake up, the smell of the wisp is long gone. I didn't think that would happen. I just thought it was funny. What does that do? You do not recover AP during combat. Well, that's not fun at all. Well, these guys are still here. Okay. You catch a whiff of burnt rubber and see a column of smoke drifting into the sky. As you get closer to the site, you see that a small airplane has crashed into the mud, or perhaps splatted or glorped into the mud. Bleu. It's a grumpy-looking pilot. Seems like you've got a kind of problem here. Huh, you think? Yeah, 3 kinds of problems I got, if you don't count the headache. My plane being stuck ass downward in this swamp is just the most obvious one. Anyway, anything I can help with? My name is Turnigus, by the way. Rhonda Rasmussen. Hi. And yeah, if you got some time on your hands, you can bet your buns I can use it. What happened? I'm not looking to be the first to fly a plane all the way around the swamp and Oh, I'm looking to be the first to fly a plane all the way around the swamp in one go. See? Nearly made it too, but first to fly nearly all the way around the swamp won't be making any newspaper headlines. Now, look at what I got. A plane half buried in the muck, tainted fuel, and even if I get those sorted out, there ain't enough runway here for me to get flying again. What's wrong with your fuel? When I landed, the fuel tank got full of swamp water, which I don't know how well versed you are in chemistry of aircraft fuel, but not good for it. Not good for it. So I siphoned the tank dry, figured it wouldn't be that big a deal since I got a can of backup fuel. Oh, let me guess. That's full of water too? Ain't nothing so bad that it can't be a little worse. Can that be fixed somehow? Well, technically, yeah. It just needs to have the water distilled out of it. I don't have anything like that kind of equipment, though. Maybe I can dig something up. That'd be great. Any basic distillation setup should do the trick. It ain't rocket science, it's just airplane science. It's a much slower kind of science. Here's the can. See what I can do. Your plane seems real stuck. Oh, you noticed, huh? Yeah, it's sticking up out of the ground there. Right, yep, sure is. The way Rhonda's staring at you starts to make you feel a little uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else, shall we? What's involved in building a runway? With enough tar and macadam? I could slap down a quick and dirty runway. Dirtier than quick for certain, but it'd be good enough to let me to get me out of here. And I've got plenty of tar, but where'd you get that barrel of tar anyways? You know, that's a funny story. But anyway, I need a load of macadam, which must be where macadamia nuts come from. What's macadam? Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's like gravel for fuss budgets. For my purposes, I need a load of rocks exactly 3 centimeters across. That isn't very many rocks. Each individual rock is 3 centimeters across, not the whole load together. Oh. I could look for those. Well, that'd be great. Come to think of it, I believe I passed an old quarry on my way down. Didn't get a close look because I was kind of distracted, but I can mark it on your map for you. Can't go myself, I need to stay here and guard the tar. Bunch of miscellaneous plane stuff. This is the most diagonal plane you have ever encountered. You consider all the possible ways in which you might extract this plane from its current state of diagonality. Telekinesis. You close your eyes and reach out with your feelings. Then you cause your feelings to magically coalesce into a giant hand made of pure energy, which easily plucks the plane from the mire, while also avoiding being a super dumb, anachronistic pop culture reference. Thanks, feelings. The swamp extends for miles in every direction. Got your plane unstuck. I saw, that was a hell of a trick, I gotta say. I'm duly impressed. Aw, shucks. She's still caked in mud and weeds and all, but I guess that comes with the territory, in a real literal sense. Nothing a little elbow grease can't correct. Plus maybe a little regular aircraft grease. You don't have anything new to report, so you just stare at each other in silence. Swamp gas clouds the sky, the heavens alight with strange new constellations unlike anything you've seen before. The swamp stars draw the outline of a flamingo attempting to swallow a car tire. Wherever you go in this swamp, you know you shall be under the sign of this unhealthy bird and all the protection that entails. Feldman Quarry, keep out. The dump truck sits beneath the chute, patiently awaiting the day of its dump. There's a big lever labeled dump here. Tee. Units. Polish. Pound. Crush. Reload. This rock is wearing sunglasses. This rock has an X painted on it for some reason. And we cannot translate any of this. You're afraid that if you go any further in that direction, you'll get turned into gravel. Slabs of rock feed into the machine from the conveyor belt. You hear some loud grinding and crunching sounds. You hear a lot of loud pounding and crunching noises. The machine makes a ton of grinding and whirling noises. So, whoops. She said 3 centimeters, right? Gotta get that down. Five centimeters. Nothing. Haven't quite figured out what each of these do. 52 to 17. Got it to 4. Again. There we go. Drive it back to Rhonda. Really, you don't even know who this truck belongs to? Yes, really. Are you just gonna steal it? You know that's a crime, right? Bring it back. Well, you promise? Yes, I promise. Sheesh. I don't know, that didn't sound very sincere. Oh, come on. Look, I'm just not willing to be an accessory to dump truck theft. I said I'll bring it back. Alright, well, if you don't, it's on your head, not mine. Who are you, my mom? Hello again, Rhonda. Have your rocks. Say those are some good-looking rocks. Nice find. Okay, give me a hand spreading these out and tarring them up. The two of you spend some time setting up a makeshift runway. It's hard, dirty work, but it beats dealing with fairies and fishmen and the rest of the bonkers nonsense you've been getting up to. Good, good. That'll do nicely. Well, nice is maybe overcomplicating it, but it's good enough. Great. So we need to find a distiller. Might not be something we find here. Just wander a little bit. Despite anything the map might have to say about it, you managed to wander back to the spot where you set up the trap for the Chupanaranja. It's like Chupacabra and orangutan and orange. Peering through the bushes, you discover that your trap has indeed trapped something. It sort of looks like a giant toad with a tentacle face covered in boils that might also be eyes. You have no idea what a Japanaranja. Looks like, but this seems to be as likely as anything you were imagining. The presumed Japanaranja seems pretty annoyed about being caught in your trap. You carefully sneak up on the Japanaranja, stop making me say it, since it's both distracted by the trap and also unable to turn around. You manage to take it completely unawares. It struggles futilely as you grab it in a headlock and slice off one of its nostrils. The creature roars in pain and anger, but by the time it manages to thrash its way out of the trap, you were already completely the heck out of there. Whew. So we just haven't found the swamp gas again after failing that. Oh, here we go. Oops. Hold on. Let's go to the... Oops. Oh my god. You briefly lose track of where you're going because of all the wet trees. All the wet trees look the same. You stumble across a ramshackle dwelling bearing the unmistakable aroma of illicit distillation. Well, that should be where we get our distiller. Before we do anything, though. Next time we find that wisp, I want to have the stench ready to go. Stench armor 6. I think it needed to be 7. We'll go to 8. That is not... What? Wait. What? Went down. Oh. These are both accessories. This rotten stump is crawling with worms, and the worms are crawling within it. There's a chaotic mess of animal tracks leading in all directions. This pot has been demoted from soup to chamber. Blech. Whoever was here last must have left in a hurry. There's still a poker game in progress. You draw cards until you beat all the hands that were left on the table. Then you collect your winnings. There's a spare car tire leaning against the wall here. Tread pattern on this tire identifies it as a Lincoln, which sounds like an impressive piece of deduction. But honestly, the top hat and beard were a dead giveaway. It's full of ashes, but they're cold. Seems like nobody's been here for a while. A couple of soggy bedrolls. A rusty old fire-powered still. You're pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors. Hey, maybe you could use this thing to fix Rasmussen's fuel. You light the fire and run the still for long enough to fix the fuel, but not quite long enough to cause your own death from smoke inhalation. What's going on with these? You identify several sets of tracks leading away from the cabin. One of them matches the tread pattern of the spare tire you found. Follow the tire tracks. Moonshiner's Cave. Duck tracks. You follow the duck tracks, which leads you through a lengthy sequence of locations that are of zero interest to non-ducks. Follow the horse tracks to some water, but you don't drink it. I mean, why would you? It's nasty swamp water. You follow the cow prints to a big hole in the ground, next to which lies a pair of shoes with fake cow hooves nailed to the soles. Cat tracks. After a few minutes, they lead up a tree you're not willing to climb. I guess if I'm being honest, it's a tree you're not capable of climbing. I was just trying to preserve your dignity. Badger tracks. You start following the badger tracks, but after a few minutes you realize that this course of action might accumulate in you encountering an actual badger, so you change your mind. Terrifying animals. Just absolutely the worst. You follow the human footprints. They lead to, let's call it an improvised latrine a few yards away from the cabin. You decline to investigate further. Great. Here it is, finally. Run up and grab it. Holding both your nose and your breath, you run up and snatch the wisp before it can fly away, collecting a clump of air so foul that it sticks to your hand. Fortunately, you've got an empty jar you can scrape it off into. Stinky ester. And with that, I think we have all of these now. A whistling man paddles on a canoe 2 inches through 2 inches of swamp water. He hits a rock and capsizes. In the very shallow slime, he thrashes and splashes, screaming about gators. You take the anxious fellow's arm and set him on his feet. You tell him calmly that he's in no more danger in 2 inches of water than he is anywhere else in the swamp. If a gator wants him dead, he will be. You promise, he says. I promise. He thanks you. Okay. Hey, I got that Chupanaranja you were after. It looked pretty fierce, but the trap did the job. Wow, that's great. Now we have real proof for why there aren't any oranges in the swamp. Sure. Anyway, here's its nostril. Neat, I'll wear it as a ring. Okay. Anyway, don't go near that part of the swamp for a while. It was real mad. The kid pulls out a sash, pins a badge on it, and hands it to you. As thanks, here is an official Monster Squad sash. And your first Monster Squad badge. 35 XP. Neat, thanks. Plus 5 to max HP. Wooden sandals with carved hooves at the bottom. Wearing these would be a real fashion statement. Specifically, I do not understand fashion. Hi, did you meet the flyman? Did you get, yeah, I got it here. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to put it in this little silver locket and treasure it forever. What was he like? Was his experiment a success? I've got to go. The kid takes her sash, pins another badge to it, and hands it back to you. Thanks. Hi, any luck getting a feather from Barbara Yargara? You mean from one of her birds, right? Right, yeah, she doesn't have feathers herself. We established that. Good. Just checking. Here you go. Wow, thanks, mister. What was she like? She's pretty nice, actually. The kid takes your sash, pins another badge to it, and hands it back to you. Hi, did you find the smell of the wisp? I sure did. Please don't open the jar while I'm in the room. That bad, huh? I wonder if it's gotten stronger since I met it. Well, anyway, thanks for your help. You hand over the nose trumpet she lent you and the jar of foulness you collected. The kid takes your stash, pins another badge to it, and hands it back to you. Turned out you were right. The honey ape is totally real. A totally real thing. Oh my gosh, really? I knew it. Here's your tracing back and that fingernail you wanted. Wow. Huh. Something wrong? I guess I'm just torn between excitement, vindication, and the fact that this is a much grislier object than I realized it was going to be. Oh, don't worry about it. The honey ape will be fine. It had 9 more. I guess that's true. Anyway, thanks for your help. Here's another Monster Squad badge. He takes your sash, pins another badge to it, hands it back to you. Thanks. I met that moss man you were talking about. See? See, I told you he was real. Yeah, he was a pretty decent guy, actually. Gave me his mustache. Here. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. The kid happily sticks the mustache to his upper lip. How do I look? Mossy? This is the best day of my life. The kid takes your sash, pins another badge to it, and hands it back to you. Holy cow. +1 to all stats, 1 additional combat item per round, 5 to max HP, and 20% meat drops. Don't mind if I do. Enjoying that fingernail? Oh, it's not about the fingernail itself. It's more about the good feeling that comes from knowing you were right all along and everyone who doubted you was a fool. I see. Enjoying that? Oh yes, very much so. Boris looks at your sash and nods approvingly. New cat unlocked. Pet him now. Boris's boon. +3 spooky armor. We gotta go back to the crash site. Still haven't found those kids either. Gotta watch your step in this swamp. You come across a man sunk to his elbows in the sludge. Yes, I do appear to be stuck, he says, but I am too proud to ask for help. Okay, bye. Hello again, Rhonda. I got your fuel cleaned up. No Shinola. If there was any in there, I think I got it out. Let's have a look. She opens the can, pours a little into a wine glass, and swirls it around while peering at it closely. Well, look at that. No legs at all. Oh, geez, did I mess it up? No, that's a good thing. It means you got rid of all the water. Don't see any dirt in there, either. Nice work. So, I guess you're all set then? Looks like it. Got my plane, fuel, and runway all sorted out. Thanks a ton. I couldn't have done it without you. You know, you could have a career in aviation if you ever decided to give up. What do you do? Give up. What do you do? I'd rather not attempt to explain it. Gotcha. I've had jobs like that. Well, I haven't got any meat on hand to pay you for your time. But here, let me give you this spare flight helmet as a souvenir. Oh, neat. Thanks. You earned it, pal. Keep her flying. Mysticality and Moxie. There she goes. Well, let's go to the fortress. You notice a little cluster of foul-smelling flowers. Because of college, you know that the foul smell comes from some nasty juice inside the petals. They say education is its own reward, but sometimes gross liquid is also its reward. We have oh so much XP. I just want to spend a bunch of it. You read the recipes and gain even more insight into the health benefits of cheese. Unfortunately, you're so distracted by your newfound doctoring skills that you forget your librarianing skills and promptly lose the book. The world's sleaziest jokes culled from the world's sleaziest toilet stalls. Then she sent it back to the kitchen and said, I'll have it without the lettuce. Yikes, you wouldn't want to admit that you understood that one. There's still a lot of filth to wade through. Do it. That's the cat, all right, but it ain't the cream. Revolting. How could they print that? Reality shift. Oh, this is the one that gives us bonuses to our elemental resistance. You read the entire book from the first page to the last. You read every word of every sentence, of every paragraph, of every chapter. When you're done, you throw the book away because now you've really and truly read it. You'll never need to read it again because you've definitely already read it. You read the book again and forget everything you ever knew about kitchen cleanliness, including the one where you left the book you just read. Meaty expertise. In one section, you glean a method for collecting interest on loans from people you have not lent meat to. The accounting is complicated, but the results speak for themselves. You can further enhance this for 60 more. Not until the 13th century did physicians discover that blood was circulatory. It traveled around the human body. Some still believe that blood could travel even faster if it had wheels. You could keep reading, it's a big book. You've read this story already, but there's that boring appendix full of science details. You internalize the details in the appendix, allowing you to strengthen all the other organs of your creation. You summon a test elemental who grabs the book out of your hands and tears it in half. It's alive. Alive. We are 1 XP short of picking that up. Okay, well there's a bunch of additional boosts. These great gator men aren't doing enough damage to each other for it to seem like a real fight. Either they're just sparring, or this is how gator men arguments work. Either way, they aren't paying any attention to you. I'll fight them. You carefully sneak up behind the gator men, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and then you step on a screaming eel, one of the more aptly named forms of wildlife endemic in this area. Human trespasser. Sound alarm. Hey, alarm. Kill human. A couple other gator men rush out, not wanting to miss the chance to kill a human. Well, that could have gone better. Hmm. 20 damage. We're hitting for 27. Damage. This one's actually not the best here. Their health is pretty high. Let's try to drop this guy's health. Summon it. Elemental. Hmm. 8 damage. 27. We have 2 AP left. It's actually, it's increasing his stats when we hit him, which causes our mind melt to do more damage to him. Almost enough to kill him. 12 damage. Jerk. Poor D'Artagnan. Yuan, who said a frontal assault on an enemy fortress was a bad strategy? Sun Tzu? Just what he knew. Weed Lord Fetish. Gator Punch. Skeeter Stronger. Offhand. Steals HP from an opponent equal to your muscle. Increase damage of your melee weapons by 5. This bunch of gator men. Wait, what's the collective noun for gator men? A cruelty? A depravity? A butthole? Anyway, this bunch of gator men are so shocked, or so drunk, to see a human stroll in their front door they haven't attacked you yet. Hmm. 20 damage. You won. Now their collective noun can be losers. Gator Stick, Gator Punch. Oh, hello, Charles. It's Charles. He's in a cage. It's a cage with Charles in it. Charles. Shh, they'll hear you. Oh, right. Boy, am I glad to see you, kid. Thought I was a goner. You're the adventuresome type and all. You know how to pick a lock? Only with an appropriately shaped key. You'll have to get that off their leader then. I think his room's down the other end of the hall. Okay, I'll be right back. It's one of those fridges. You know, the ones hanging on big rusty chains. The chain wasn't attached very well, and we ended up taking it. Neither the refrigerator nor the chain is in very good shape, but you're probably not going to find a better version of this very specific combination. There's nothing of value on these shelves, probably not even by Gatorman's standards. This is a kitchen, only in the sense that it is a place where food is prepared. Even if Gatormen bother to cook their meals, they probably don't cook them in an electric stove, standing in 18 inches of water. It's a nasty pipe sticking out of the wall. It probably leads to the outside, but you'd rather fight a whole horde of Gatormen than have to crawl through that thing, because it smells terrible. The remains of an awful, awful meal. This must be the Gatormen's dinner bell. It would be nonsensical and cruel to ring the dinner bell without making dinner first. Nonsensical and cruel is the Gatormen's standard of behavior. Let's not sink to their level. This shoebox is waterlogged, a real survey of nouns. See if there's any shoes. There are big ones. The box disintegrates. I forgot to check the cow shoes too. It's pretty good. makes you clomp around like a cow. A big rusty chemical barrel. Nice, you caught a drowsy, flat-finned mud squelcher. A sleeping, four-eyed yuckfin. And a sleeping, mucky wormfish. The barrel says chloroform, as does the smell leaking out of it. Oof. Dump it out. I can see what you're going for, and sure, filling the place with chloroform fumes would knock out all of the guards, but it would also knock you out, and the water you're standing in is almost knee-deep. You can double-check your to-do list if you want, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have drown scheduled for today. Oh, yeah. The items on this shelf are all too nasty for you to look at, let alone touch. Loose length of rusty chain. As a seasoned adventurer, you can't possibly pass this up. Quest item. You're not sure exactly how long this chain is, because you're not sure how tight you're supposed to pull a chain when you measure it, and also because you don't really care. A forge, presumably for hammering on terrible gator meals. What else is going on out here? Anything? This filthy pipe must lead inside, presumably to the bathroom part of the inside, if the smell is any indication. Is that, is that where that hole comes out? Not enough. Pipe turns out to be much longer than you expected. A lot of twists and turns. Clearly, efficient airflow and ventilation systems is not a big priority in Gatorman architecture. Eventually, you come out in either a garbage processing center or a kitchen. Okay, yeah. We are here. Prepare a feast. What, are you kidding? All the food here is days old meat with bites taken out of it already. You'd die. Not for me, for the Gatorman. Oh, okay, I get you. Well, there are some big haunches of some sort of carcass strewn about. If you can lift those onto the table, you might have the beginnings of something. You poke around the cupboards, pulling out everything you can identify as maybe being Gatorman food, mainly telling the difference between old lumps of meat and old lumps of mud by whether or not it's got a bone sticking out of it. Since you don't know whether Gatormen avoid food with mold on it, or consider it an essential spice, you compromise and only scrape off half. Then you pile all of that onto the table and garnish it with a sprig of parsley. Hopefully this will hold the guard's attention for a while. Bon appetit. You bang on the bell with the discarded bone, then crouch next to the door. The Gatorman guards all stream in and immediately start fighting over who gets the juiciest lump of whatever those lumps are made of, and don't notice you sneaking out into the hall. Okay. Hey, go away. Oh. This hole leads down into a massive underground chamber. Do you think the Gatorman's taste in books is as bad as everything else about them? Keeping rust off your iron fist. Don't eat your henchmen. Tips for new rulers. Spot welding guide for ad hoc fortresses. Yeah, these are all pretty much what you'd expect. Except, well, here's one that seems interesting. Bones and how to crack them. Crack knuckles increases your mysticality by 3. You skim through most of the really nasty parts, but you do learn a few things about knuckles that you're able to apply to non-torture contexts. There's a slightly more challenging chapter that delves deeper into knuckle physics. If you do, cracking your knuckles will increase mysticality by an additional 2. A treatise on bone pain and how to maximize it in your victims. You found it, the least comfortable chair in the world. This is the real seat of power. Hooray! There, that ought to do it. Property private, scram. What the heck is going on here? You don't know what this object is, but... Oh, wait, it's got blood all over it. It's an altar. Huh? Where'd he go? It's a weird pedestal. Whoa. What? Okay. What is this place? Oh. Sirius, go away. Whatever this is extremely broken. All of these blocks are clearly trying to move in a way that makes sense. They must have just gotten knocked out of alignment. You move the blocks around relative to each other so that they start moving in a more satisfying pattern. Assuming you're a person who thinks smooth circular pattern, a smooth circular pattern is more satisfying than juddery, spark-spewing chaos. Surely everybody is that kind of person. This has to be right. Yep. The device seems to be less broken now. Ow. Hey. Ow. Stop. Ow. Good grief. You wouldn't have fixed it if you'd known it was going to be so ungrateful. Sheesh. The heck was that? Oh. You can use 3 additional combat items per round. Oh. A warning, kill you. Why so many warnings? This is some kind of ancient temple guardian or something. It's shooting out a bunch of tightly focused beams of light that science does not yet have a name for, but which you can probably assume you don't want touching you. Avoid the beams. Wow, look at him go. Jesus. Catherine Zeta-Jones. She dips beneath lasers. It's off. You worst. I destroy. Goliath kill. Well, he sure did that. Wow, geez. That thing really did a number on this guy. Obviously, we're going to fish. Waste not gator blood. Want not gator blood. You poke around in the mulch until you find something that looks more or less like an old iron key, except kind of blurry. It sizzles and twitches in your hand as you pick it up. This has to be the key Charles mentioned. Look at that hulking Goliath at the end of the hall. There doesn't seem to be anything beyond it, and it looks like it could squash you in an instant. Best go back and unlock Charles. Make your way back up to the room where he's being held. Yeah, okay. You found the key? I think so. It's kind of weird, though. Yeah, I don't like the looks of it at all. Bet dollars to donuts, that's the artifact we're looking for. It couldn't possibly be the key to this random Gatorman cage in the middle of nowhere then, could it? Well, it might have been some kind of key, might have some kind of key-related powers. Normally I'd advise against using it, but I don't see any other way out of this mess. Okay, here it goes. The key shifts unpleasantly in your hand, buzzing and clicking through a jerky slideshow of shapes, as though searching for the particular slice of a higher dimensional object that will fit this lock. When it finally finds the right one, it jerks forward in your hand and twists, and the lock clicks open. Your hand feels numb. Thanks, Tornagus. Thought for sure my bacon was well and truly fried. Don't mention it, Charles. Let's just get the heck out of this dump. With no further cause to stick around, apart from any unfinished side quests you might have, but you can always come back for them later, you escort Charles back to town. That is exactly what I want to do. Tornagus, you found the cursed artifact and brought Charles back home safely. I can't express how grateful I am. I don't know what we'd do without him. Thank you so much. It wasn't nothing, but you know. Yeah, I get it. Don't forget to uncurse that thing before you go to bed. This key seems like it has the power to open any lock. That could be extremely useful. Would it really be all that bad if I didn't uncurse it? Well, I'm not going to drag you into the machine and force you to do it, but yes, I don't actually know what would happen if you don't uncurse it, but I assume it would be pretty bad. Look, you uncursed all the other things, right? Yes. Great, so go ahead and uncurse this one too, okay? Better safe than sorry. Alright. Oof. Alright, let's uncurse this thing and then I gotta wrap up. Starting to get late and my throat's getting sore. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable. Yeah, it says this every time. Oh, can remove our geese, maybe? Does this thing get rid of geeses? The plural of goose is just geese. Why do you have a geese? No, geese, like a curse, kind of. Oh, well then, sure, probably. I'm not going to do that. I did agree that I would pay the cost for that thing I never used. The key jumps up to the roof of the dome and sticks there, shaking and keening. That's the sound keys make against the metal. The lights in the store whine, flicker, and then cut completely out. Dang it. Only when the power is out does the key calm down, give up the most odious part of itself to the machine, and drop back down into your lap. Light returns to the store. Fixed it. We had a spare light bulb under the cat. Sorry? The key's curse lingers in the machine. It is itself an arcane lock to be solved only by a projection of the consciousness. Do it. We are on a train. I've assembled everyone just as you asked, Detective. The victim's wife and the two men who were present in the passenger car at the time. To confess the truth of this murder continues to elude me, but no doubt you are soon to enlighten us with your great powers of deduction and observation. I inspect the body again? No, that wouldn't be fair to the other passengers who haven't had a look yet. I see. But I will tell you again what I know. At 11:13, the professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. At that time, Mrs. Ryukinshi and Mr. Andretti were the only other passengers present in this car. Mr. Perry returned later. The rest I leave to you to deduce, Detective. So, what? There's the dead guy. The professor is the dead man. His wife, Mrs. Ryukenshi, and Mr. Andretti. And then Mr. Perry came later on. So 4 survivors. one dead guy. Yume Ryukenshi, the victim's wife. Oh, wait. Martin Perry, a youth. Niccolo Andretti. The train coroner. Oh, so there's only 3. Ryukenshi is his wife. The widow, Ryukenshi, dabs her eyes with a handkerchief embroidered with the words mourning rags and wipes. A moment's privacy, please, detective. I've had nothing to do with my husband's death, and I want, and no reason to want him gone. He was a kind man, and not a rich one. Everything he made, he spent on the roulette tables. He owed over 700 of them. Oh, no, she did say owned over 7. I expected that to say owed after talking about gambling. He owned over 700 of them. That's the largest collection in the world. We were traveling to Yorba Linda so the mayor could give my husband the key to the city, but that won't happen now. Detective mode? You deduce that you should make some observations. Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. She says she has no reason to wish her husband dead, but the chemical stain in her cuticles and the fingerprints on the window above, which she opened to dispose of the murder weapon, tell a tale more truly. But the nose reveals even more. Observe the zigzag pattern of the medial cleft down the nostrils. This is called Petrie's philtrum. It's a rare genetic condition she shares with Martin Perry, her son. Okay. The young man is absent-mindedly but methodically disassembling and reassembling a fountain pen. It is as I said. Yes, the man was a professor of mine at Burgerworth College, and yes, he gave me a C and a D, but that's no reason to kill a man, wouldn't you agree? Besides, at the time of his death, I was in the lavatory trying to figure out what all the bits and pieces do. The perfect alibi, wouldn't you agree? Deductive observations wing about in your mind. He's right, a mere C and D are no reason to kill one's professor, but is that the whole story? Observe how the boy tinkers with the fountain pen in the train lavatory. He fancies himself a mechanic, but he wouldn't get a foot in the door of that profession if his C and D stood for car dunce. Nobody would be able to hire him. Unless the professor who awarded those ignominious grades died. In that event, every grade he ever gave would be voided, and this young man could take a plum job in car manufacture, and start earning the big bucks. Niccolo Andretti. I told you I'd never heard of this man. I know of Burgerworth College, of course. It is an excellent institution, but I didn't know that he was a professor there. Now, come on, let's not delay our journey further. I'm traveling with 19 suitcases full of exotic rubber to make new and exciting wheels at the factory. You observe closely to see what you can deduce. Exotic rubber, eh? No doubt from the jungles of Almodovar, whose local brand of nicotine I smell on his collar. Of course, the rubber plants of Almodovar don't just yield material for bouncy tires, but an odorless poison, lethal when drunk in hot tea. But why would this man abet the murder of a stranger? Perhaps, I suspect the answer lies in the resume on the table and the name printed on it, Martin Perry. Okay, so this is her son, and he has a resume from him. I have solved the murder. It was never in doubt, detective. Now tell us all. What happened here? He was poisoned by a giant dog. poisoned by... Oh, Yume. What? Please all will become clear. With... extracts from the Almodovar tree to void Martin Perry's car dunce grade so he could make tires for Mr. Andretti. Young Martin Perry dreams of working on cars, and his fresh ideas excite Mr. Andretti, who runs a tire factory. But Master Perry's professor has effectively blacklisted him as a car dunce, unemployable. What to do? Kill the professor, of course, and void that odious grade. Here the plot becomes most wretched. Master Perry's mother, Yume Ryukenshi, marries the professor and arranges for him to be present on the very same train as Master Perry and Mr. Andretti, who supply an undetectable poison administered by Mrs. Ryukenshi. Et voila. That's probably not how you say that. No more professor. No more car dunce. But there's one thing our three conspirators did not count on. Me. Pause for applause. I'm not ashamed. Any parent, sir, would do the same. As would any manager seeking new talent with interesting ideas about tires. If you call someone a car dunce, you're branding them for life, and you're responsible for anything that happens next. How awful, the three of them in it together. Tell you what, detective, at the next stop they can all get out and take the bus. A sick business. Quite so, but a wonderful feeling, I think, to be possessed of great gifts, great powers of deduction and observation, and to use them. Here's another gift. Here's another, a gift that is. Call it a reward. Take the ring. Nice ring, isn't it? Look what rewards accrue to the powerful. Look how the world itself reveals itself at your touch. I must take my leave. Wait, it's still unsolved? Oh, wait. Let's, can we... What is going on here? No, that's not what happened. Oh, what are you doing, detective? You've already solved the case. You were given the great power and you used it. Don't you remember? Don't you remember the ring? You're being foolish now. Can I talk to them again? No? I can't open my inventory to do anything with the ring. You already have your answers, detective. At 11:13, Yume Ryukenshi poisoned her husband with an odorless substance derived from the rubber trees of Almodovar, supplied to her by Mr. Andretti. As you've deduced, the professor had effectively blacklisted the sorry youth Martin Perry with a car dunce grade. Mrs. Ryukenshi sought to avenge her son, Mr. Andretti, to hire him at his factory. Ergo, they all conspired to murder the professor and void the debilitating brand of car dunce. I have solved this murder. Yes, I know. Wait, what are you getting at? The victim was smushed. Smushed is a great. Why is that not in Clue? Well, I guess. Man, I haven't played Clue in a long time. I don't remember if you pick a specific way people died. I guess there's like murder weapons or whatever, right? Smushed by a giant dog with an oversized mallet. just to shut him up. You're a fool. A fool! I gave you great powers of deduction and observation. I gave you the power to bend back the skin of the world and sniff up its insides. How dare you waste it? You really want to live without this power? You really want to live in the dark? Sure. You're a fool. I wouldn't sully that ring on the finger of a fool. Give it back now. You don't deserve it. I uncurse you. So, did that curse effectively try to bribe you into not destroying it? That's a little disconcerting. You look at the key that once harbored its shadowy magic. It shimmers in the light. You check your fingers and pockets. No mysterious owl ring. You're reminded of the great figures of history who wielded incredible power and chose to give it up. You can't think of anyone specifically, but the concept is interesting to consider. Who's someone famous who gave up great power? He's not famous, but my dad never eats more than he needs at a buffet. I don't remember where I read this, but there's a rumor that Anne Boleyn had access to a tank but chose not to use it. No need, she said. And you know who else had a tank? Walt Whitman. Interesting. Thanks again for the rescue, Turnigus. It'd have been corned beef hash with a side of eggs if you hadn't showed up. It was nothing, Charles. I basically just followed your wrenches. Here's your wrenches back, by the way. Nice. Knew these babies would come in handy for something someday. Don't you use them for, like, wrenching? Yeah, the 7/8 one. Yeah. The 255... The 255ths? 256ths? Not so much. Gotcha. Anything else I can help you with? Nope. Jessica looks pretty busy, but then she always does. Okay. I feel like my throat is rather... It's getting hoarse. I just haven't been drinking enough water. Problem is this game is like 80% dialogue. Doing so much reading. I don't know why the games I choose to play always have so much reading, especially when I am so not great at reading aloud. Anywho, we got the curse done, so that was my main goal for the day, and we knocked out a lot of side quests. But like I said at the very beginning, I want to start trying to wrap this up. This has been a lot of fun, but I do want to get back to the other games that we put on pause to play this. So I'm going to do most of the side quests. If there's stuff that I struggle with or whatever, and I can't quite figure out, like the mud henge there, I probably won't go back to certain ones like that. But I do want to try to do most of the side quests that we encounter. But anyways, so we'll be back tomorrow night and Thursday, and maybe we'll be able to wrap up by then. But until then, thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.